Mm, mm. Who's bad? Again. Ahmed is bad. Edifin is bad. Quincy. Kida? Kida eh. Kida ba? Ikamit kali. Li. Ayo bas ke. Bas. Fish. Hmm? Once school ends, I quickly start to head home. Since all after-school club activities are suspended, students crowd around the campus gate. I take a cursory look around and don't see anyone who might be Tosuke. Knowing her, she must have gone straight to the Mato house.
先輩、誰か探しているんですか？
いや、単に学校を見てただけだよ。こんな風に生徒全員が下校するって珍しいだろ。
Dikade.
そうですね。けど、そのおかげで今日は一緒に帰れます。帰りは商店街に寄っていきますか？
晩飯のおかずを買って帰ろう。しばらく藤姉は来れないらしいから、俺とさくらとセイバーの3人分。
After buying groceries, we take a long way home, passing by the park. The park is empty. There aren't any kids in the playground, nor a silver-haired girl in a coat.
公園、誰もいませんね。ここ、あんまり使われていないんですか？
最近はそうみたいだ。俺が子供の頃は日が落ちるまで誰かいたもんだけど、今は休みの日でもない限りこんなもんらしい。
そうですか。なんだか寂しいですね。
We're not in agreement and look up. The sky is tinged twilight. It's a dark red expanse with no birds in sight. It feels lonely just like the small park.
戻るか。せっかくの休みだし、たまにはゆっくりしないとな。
Ah. We leave the park. Sakura agrees cheerfully and follows me with a spring in her step. He's happy. Neat. Interlude. Evento filo. And so Rentoska arrives at her destination, the Mato residence. It's the atelier of an old lineage that emigrated to this town 200 years ago. Her family welcomed them as collaborators and gave them land, and yet these fellows are outsiders whom they have never been friends with. Tosukas and the Matos practice mutual non-aggression and have a pact that prevents them from easily involving themselves with each other. She really could not care less. The pact was broken 11 years ago, and the people who made that deal were family heads from centuries ago. For 200 years, they've followed an agreement whose reasons and content are unclear, and for all that time, neither the Tosukas nor the Matos have obtained their original goal, the Holy Grail. Originally, the pact was only about getting the Holy Grail. That's never happened, so she has no reason to follow that musty old rule. Rin passes through the front door without ringing the doorbell. She's never been here as a guest. She's only here as a master to eliminate her enemies in the Holy Grail.
そうなんだけどさ。
Rin searches the manor looking like she's chewing something better. She's here for the Holy Grail War, so there's no need for her to follow the Toscamato pact. That's what she tells herself, but she can't change who she is.
そっか。父さんの言いつけを破ったのってこれが初めてなんだ。
She murmurs absently. It isn't particularly remarkable. She might have gone against her father's teaching, but she hasn't broken anything important. Her only regret
バ
is
カね。どうせ破るのなら もっと早くに押しかければよかったのに。
The guilt she's been bearing towards certain someone for the last 10 years.
リン、屋敷の間取りだが空白部分が2つある。
どこよそれ。
2階からだ。階段にしては狭いが、おそらく地下に通じている。
オッケー。ところでアーチャー、気づいてる？
当然だ。だが害はあるまい。リンが無視する限りは私も気にかけん。我々の目的はあの妖怪だからな。
So, she nods at the voice next to her and heads for a hidden passage on the second floor. Ren can't see him, but the Red Knight is at her side. She brought him along in case of a fight, but her servant appears to be the meticulous sort. He sketched out a mental floor plan after walking around the house just once and pointed out rooms that seemed to be missing. Ren had a vague sense of it already, but Archer has the ability to grasp the design and structure of objects. It's a specialized ability one would never expect from a knight. Well, it's because he's... no,
前
really
から
not.
思ってたけど、あなたのそれってアーチャーとしてどうかと思う長所よね。
減らず口は後だ。そら、開いたぞ。暗いから気をつけ。
Conversation stops. The wall opens. Damp water wafts out from the passage leading underground. It's an unbearable rotten odor that Archer can feel even without his material body. Ren walks down the wet stone steps. Her surroundings are greenish dark. The countless holes in the walls must be the entomb the dead. Must entomb the dead. The bodies in the stone coffins decompose and erode, leaving empty holes for their next occupants. Not so different from an above-ground burials, except for one thing. The way these bodies decompose here, it isn't the dirt that breaks the corpses down, but countless squirming
こ
animals.
こがマト、マキリの修練所。
She murmurs, feeling dizzy. It isn't because any feeling of repugnance nor a chill. Anger is what makes her tremble, regret, and vomit. This is a training room. This place is a training room. This rotten, wet room filled with nothing but death, countless insects, is what the Matters give their successor.
ذاك
Welcome back. الحاجة الوحيدة المهمة اللي حصلت واحنا جواها دلوقتي ان هو دخلنا، او بصيغة صح، رن لوحدها راحت هي وارشر دخلوا البيت بتاع الماتو، بتاع العائلة بتاعت ماتو. ورين دلوقتي حالا وصلت القبوة العفن ابو ريحة عفنة.
يا طول شوية حشرات يعني في سماد الأرض.
يا ابن الحلال يقول لك الريحة من كثر ما انها عفنة ارشر شمها وهو بلا جسم في السبيريت فورم. انت متخيل يا ابني هذه ريحة عفانتها تتخطى قوانين الفيزياء.
السبيريت يعرفون.
The filthy metals smell so bad they break the laws of physics. This rotten wet room filled with nothing but death and countless insects. ورين مقهورة. رين يقول لك ديزي مش عشانها مقروفة من الريحة، عشانها معصبة مرة. والجملة تكررت 3 مرات. This is a training ground. This is a training ground. This is a training ground. انكتبت بنفس الطريقة دي. This rotten wet room filled with nothing but death and countless insects is what the Matos give their successor. وضح ليش محشمة؟ What does one even learn here? This chamber is only for breeding, for feeding, multiplying, and training insects. Then the Matos must also use insects to educate, discipline, and raise their successors. Just how different is their world from hers. She thinks of her stern, difficult education and of the magic crest engraved in her arm. She isn't comparing the severity of their upbringing as successors. To begin with, no one else has borne struggles and overcome obstacles like she has. Rentoska has, without a doubt, faced greater challenges and adversity. That's what it means to be recognized as an average one. A mage wielding all five great elements, and personally inducted into the Mages Association as a prodigy. She was asked to command this nest of insects. She would come up with a more effective formula in half a year flat. Rentosaka could rewrite the magecraft that the Mato heir hasn't even mastered after a decade in a mere 6 months. Wow. But this method of teaching is idiotic. She could only eat her words if you asked her whether she could put up with being a plaything for these bugs. The magical tradition that takes place here isn't education, it's torture. It's magecraft taught directly to the body, not the brain. They must be a tradition of the Macraes and the preference of the old mage Zoken, meaning that whoever is chosen to be the Mato's heir undergoes endless torture.
リン、
分かってる。ここに造剣はいないわ。私が来たから逃げたのか、他に本拠地があるのか。どっちにしろこれといった手がかりもないし、長居は無用ね。
She fights down the urge to scream and leave the room behind. The girl's footsteps fade into the distance. Later, the insects swarm around the vomit she puked in disgust. Yeah! بسام! الحشرات يقول لك راحت جمعت على الطراش اللي طرشته بعد ما هي مشيت.
ياخذون الدينين الباقي من الدينين.
Rin returns to the surface. Her business concluded. She heads down outside when...
シンジ、そこにいるんでしょ。隠れても無駄よ。
She called out to the person lurking in another hidden passage in the back of the room.
さっきまで無視して帰るつもりだったけど気が変わったわ。少し話をしましょう、マト君。
Glaring hatefully at Rin, Shinji obeys. He clearly showed himself because he's afraid of her, not because of the threat she poses as master of the servant. He's simply intimidated by the fierce air she's giving off.
ふざけんなよお前。僕は話なんてない。大体な、遠坂はマトウに口出ししない決まりだろ。何勝手にやってきてんだよお前は。
あら、私たち同じ学校の生徒でしょ。遊びに来てもおかしくないと思うけど。
笑わせるな。鍵を壊して入ってきて散々家を荒らしたくせに遊びに来たって。父親が死んでから礼儀も何もなくなったって聞いてたけど本当だな。頭悪いよね。いつから強盗の真似事を始めたんだい、遠坂の人間は。
そう見えた？ならそれも悪くないわね。盗むものなんてここにはないけど、強盗ってあれでしょ。盗みに入った時見つかったら暴れ回るから強盗っていうのよね。ええ、それなら本当に真似をしてもいい気分よ、私。
It's obviously a joke, but she isn't smiling. Rin practically pins Shinji to a wall with her icy glare.
バカ、違うぞ。僕は関係ない。造剣とは関係ない。あのジジイが何をしてるかなんて僕は今まで知らなかったんだ。
どうだか。ならなんでマスターになんてなったのよ。
それはだから。
Shinji swallows whatever he was about to say, even as Rin urges him to continue. If it's about Zoken, he probably would have spilled his guts right away. Rentoska's dangerous right now. There's no telling what she might do if he says one wrong word. This sucks. She might be so mad that she might actually try to kill
それ
him.
は
それは
But he can't say it. He's as good as dead if he tells her how he became a master. Even if...
なら言ってあげる。単に魔術師の真似事をしたかっただけなのよ、あんたは。自分は落ちこぼれだから魔術師にはなれないから、聖杯の力で魔術師になりたかった。 それ以外に目的なんてない。あんたは無力な自分を隠すために欲しくもない証を欲しがっただけの臆病者よ。
Might be completely inconsequential to anyone else.
遠坂、お前。
違う？マトウの家に生まれながらあなたには魔術回路がなかった。けどそれはあなたのせいじゃないわ。もともとマトウの血は薄れていた。この土地に根を張った時から探求者としてのマトウの責務は薄れていたのよ。だっていうのにあなたはそれに固執した。特別であることが特別だなんて勘違いをしてしなくてもいいないものねだりをした。そんなことで魔術回路を得たところで魔術師にはなれないっていうのに、見苦しく自分に与えられるべきだった特権にすがったのよ。
知ったような口を叩くな。ふざけんなよ。僕が魔術師になれないだと。そんなことお前にどうしてわかるって言うんだ。
わかるわよ。
يعني التوريتات أكثر
断
من
言してもいいけど
Yes.
聖杯を得たところであなたは魔術師にはなれない。
اوف 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 على هانا، قالت له ما تقدر تظلي ميش حتى لو معاك الولي جريد. والله هانا عنيفة دي.
だって才能がないもの。そのあたりがエミヤ君とは違うところ。
え
Shinji's mouth falls up and he wasn't expecting that name to come up. It was well enough that Ren Tosaka is his enemy as a master, he saw that coming. But it's inconceivable that she would mention Emi as Shiro. He's just an amateur. Is he just an unworthy mongrel, not even from a family of mages? It was frustrating enough that he summoned Saber, but why is Ren Tosaka of all people saying his name?
なんだよ。やめろよな、遠坂。なんでなんだってお前がエミヤのことなんて口にするんだよ。
彼があなたより強いから。
على قدر
それに
زيادة يعني.
魔術師としての素質もある。マトウ真治にはないものをエミヤ四郎は持っている。
هذه تقريبا من كثر ما انها محشمه قررت تطلع غضبها كله على هذا الحثاله.
ええ、あなたと同じようにエミヤ君にも魔術師としての才能はないわ。けど彼には魔術師としてやっていける絶対的な素質がある。それだけは他の誰にも負けない。彼が一番足りうるところよ。
一番だって。あいつが笑わせるな、遠坂。あいつにあって僕にないものなんてない。何もないのはあいつの方だ。あいつなんてただ運よくセーバーと契約できただけの野良犬じゃないか。
عادي لا تبل.
Shinji stares straight at Tosaka. His fear seems to have been replaced by his hatred of
حاجة ليفل
Shiro.
أقل ما تبل.
Ren just shrugs and
そう
sighs.
ما يمثلين.
これだけ言ってもわからないようじゃ本当に処置なしね。少しは責任を取らせようと思ったけどあなたにはその価値さえない。ここで見逃してあげるからエミヤ君にやられる前に教会にでも逃げ込みなさい。
Ren turns away with an irritated huff. It declares that she's finished here. She no longer considers Shinji an enemy and leaves the Mato house behind.
僕がエミヤに劣るだって。
Here beats the wars with nothing but loathing. But Shinji, his back to a wall, can't even see the departing Ren anymore. If he rushes her, she'll kill him for sure. Even Shinji knows the undeniable difference in their
遠
powers.
坂、お前
Bottomless resentment fills his scream.
もうしょうがないな。
Without turning around, Ren stops and bids farewell to the boy who was the successor to the
いい
Mato.
わ、最後に教えてあげる。自分以外のために先を目指すもの、自己よりも他者を顧みるもの、そして誰よりも自分を嫌いなもの。これが魔術師としての素質ってやつよ。どんなに才能があったところでそれがないものには到達できないところがある。私だってそんな条件を満たしているやつがいるなんて思ってもみなかった。こればっかりは生まれつき壊れてないと持てない矛盾だから。 シンジ、あんたは他人を蔑むことで同時に抱かなくてもいい劣等感を抱いた典型よ。自分が好きなあまり周りを下に見たものの見下す相手が上にいるものだからつまらない劣等感にとらわれただけ。あなたの中身は空っぽよ。詰まっているように思えるのは本人だけで、正体は風船と一緒。周りの風向き次第で行き着く先なんてくるくる変わる。
اوف اوف اوف. ايش العنف
هذه
ده؟
مش يعني
理解した？そんな男に魔術師なんて務まらないし、サーバントだって従わないわ。ここから先はあなたには関係のない世界よ。麻藤真司がどんなに自分をマスターだと言い張っても、あなたは絶対にマスターにはなれないんだから。
Her footsteps trail off. Rin leaves Shinji alone in the dark house without sparing him another glance. Shinji slides down the wall. He collapses to the ground like a puppet with his strings cut, his face spasming in laughter.
なんだ、そうか、そういうことか。
I am not going to read that line, it's disgusting. A dry thud echoes in the room. The boy violently slams his head into the wall so hard he might break a bone.
要するにさ、あいつがいなくなればいいって言うんだろ、遠坂。
انت كيف اخذت كل الكلام هذا وهذا هو الشيء اللي فهمته؟ انت حمار. Oh my god. A choked hollow laugh fills the air. سام ده كائن معاق.
じゃあ行くぞさくら。
من شنجي
せーの、じゃんけ
يا
ん。
ابن الحلال. انت غلطت لما قلت عليه كاهن.
حشرة معاق.
يا ابن الحشرات ذيك اقل شيء عنده بربس.
شينجي ما عنده بيربس على رأيك فعلا.
ايش؟
I thrust out my fist. Sakura meets it with an open palm. I played rook while she played paper.
私の勝ちですね。
I stare at my hand. I did it again. Why do I always play the rook in the first round of rock, paper, scissors?
それじゃあ夕食の支度は私ということで、先輩はのんびりテレビでも見ててください。
Sakura practically skips to the kitchen, does cooking dinner by herself and make her happy.
仕方ないか。勝った方が飯を作る約束だもんな。
أحيانا شيرو بيعذبني بغبائه. قال لك هي بتفرح قوي كده لما تطبخ لوحدها عشان بتطبخ لك يا حمار. Stop being so stupid, Anya. I take off my apron and sit down. I don't know how it is in other households, but around here, making dinner is apparently a recreational pastime. Nah, bitch, she's cooking for someone she loves. You're just built stupid. Not that I feel that way about it, but Sakura wanted to cook by herself. I appreciate the help, of course, but as her upperclassman, I shouldn't take advantage of her. Accordingly, on days like this, when we both have free time, we come up with contests to decide who gets to
や
make
ること
dinner.
ないし、お茶飲もう。
I make myself a cup of tea and absently sit down at the table. دلوقتي أنا بقيت عايز أشرب شاي. Saber is sleeping in my room and Fujine isn't coming over because of overtime at work. Or whatever. Sakura and I are the only ones here, and Sakura is cheerfully standing in the kitchen. I unconsciously find myself watching her. She works at a brisk pace, looking like she's enjoying herself. I'm used to seeing her long hair and dark red ribbon. The way she picks the utensils, the way she firmly takes up the kitchen knife, even if it seems heavy and sits cabbage on the cutting board. Bassam, of course, Emiya would find cooking sexy. He cuts into it with vigor. Sakura always looks nervous when she first picks up a knife, but then her motions soon become familiar and efficient.
أنا عيد قد قاعد يرسل ده يرسل لي دعوة.
دعوة لإيش؟ ستيشن ولا ديسكورد؟
بلاي ستيشن.
دقيقة خليني أضيفه من الديسكورد. بسام هنقفل الاتصال هذا ونخش الاتصال الجماعي اللي فيه انا وانت عزوز. اوكي
طيب.
Oh come on. كيف I space out while watching her. The sun sets. When Sakura's here, life seems to go by slowly and peacefully. I suddenly realize how precious it is. Once night falls, it's off to war again. I'm only just now beginning to appreciate how important this time is to me. Yeah, I gotta protect Sakura. Oh, okay. I don't know what Zoken is scheming, but I want to let him lay a hand on her. Oh, you poor bloody boy. It's a little, well, 10 years too late for that. I've had so many chances to interact with Sakura lately and keep getting distracted by how she's changed, or should I say developed physically. Oh, he's back to being horny again. I'm being honest, I think I'm starting to fall for him. Welcome back. انت رجعت على طول وشيرو getting horny على طول. ولا قال لك if I'm being honest I think I'm starting to fall for him. Starting يا راجل starting بس. No, that isn't quite true. I think I must have started to feel this way a while ago. Oh, okay, fine. So he does realize it. I hear her gently humming in the kitchen. It's really the little things like that that are important. Aww. As I daydream, I fill my third cup of tea and watch the twilight scene. Bro is so thirsty he drank 3 cups of tea. Time seems to pass in a leisurely, tender way, as if I'm getting drunk off the tea. Oh no, you're just drunk on being horny, bro. يا اسطى فكرني بأول مرة جالي فيها كراش في حياتي يا اسطى. Slumber falls over the town. Even though it's just past 10 p.m., it feels like it's 3 in the morning. It must be because of the serial coma incidents. Night falls like a veil over the town. The lights go out and there aren't any people outside.
あの影を探し出し調査する。アーチャーのマスターも無茶を言ってくれますね。
ああ、けどやるしかないだろ。セイバーは反対か？
私の考えは朝に告げた通りです。 それでシロ、何か手がかりはあるのですか？闇雲に街を巡回するのでは逆に的にされかねない。
Leads. I don't have any proof, but if I had to choose. Oh no, choices. يا عم عرفت والله إن مفيش empty files ارحمني. أمويلة وير. Investigate the Ryudo temple. Investigate the. Sam, are you ready?
لا هو قاعدين قاعد تصلي يا
رد عليه قول له يجي ديسكورد بلا فحص.
もう一度竜道寺に行ってみよう。今にして思うとあの時のキャスターはどこか変だった。あそこにはまだ何かある気がする。
そうですね。あの山には不吉な気配が満ちています。この町で最も霊的な手が加えられているのはあの土地ですから。あの影とは別に一度調べてみる価値はある。
なら決まりだ。早速行こう。
We head from there to the front door. It'll take an hour to get to the Ryudo temple if we hurry. The sooner we leave, the better.
Saber?
Saber is looking at the guest house. Her gaze is focused in the room where Sakura is sleeping.
シロ、戦いに赴く前に話があります。その朝の続きなのですが。
朝って桜のことか？
はい。桜は自責の念が強すぎる。起きてしまったこと、犯してしまった間違いを彼女は未来ではなく現在で償おうとする嫌いがあります。
She's referring to their argument last night. Saber said that Sakura was correct that she shouldn't dwell on the matter further. Sakura insisted that she was wrong and kept apologizing to Saber, which only spurred Saber to apologize back to her. Sakura and Saber worried about how they interpret things differently.
それはどういう？
桜は自分を責めすぎるのです。過ちを正すことより悔いることを強要している。だから汚名を返上しようとするのではなく、汚名を刻みつけようとしてしまう。良くも悪くも彼女は自分を重くしている。
Saber looks pained. It's as if words aren't directed at Sakura but at herself. Oh! So that's why. It's like looking in a mirror.
Mirror.
أيوة يا اسطى mirror.
昨夜、私はそれを強く感じました。シローと共にいる時の彼女が特別で、普段はもっと別のものではないのかと。桜はあなたといる時だけ自責の念から解放されている。
So that's why Saber's worried. She thinks that Sakura needs to have more pride in herself.
そうか。確かに桜は内気すぎるからな。俺も気をつけてみる。
Come to think of it, it isn't good to make a girl her age constantly do house chores. Sakura says that she enjoys just being here, but she should have fun outside the house.
ありがとう、セイバー。桜を心配してくれて、聖杯戦争に関係ない桜を気にかけてくれたのはすごく嬉しい。
いいえ、自責に駆られる彼女の気持ちは私にもあったものです。ですから他人事には思えなかったのでしょう。
Oh, okay, so she does understand. بس يعجبني لما يبقى أخيرا عندها self reflections. فاهمة كويس.
待てよ、セイバー。一緒に行こ
We head for the door together. In the night ruled by silence, we leave the house, taking care not to wake Sakura. We climb over the no trespassing fence and enter the temple yard. Since our encounter with Castor, Ryudo Temple is now treated as important evidence in the mass coma case and closed to the public. سام مش عايز اكمل
ليش يا اخي؟
عشان انا اوريدي حاسس بالدبريشن.
عادي يا رجال، شوية ديبريشن شوية دي هنا، حياة حلوة.
The air here still feels the same on my skin. It's uncomfortably lukewarm, with a smell of a ripe fruit.
中に入るぞセイバ
はい。シローも気をつけて。
ー分かってる危険を察知したらすぐに教えてくれ
We pass through the yard and ascend a corridor leading to the inner temple. The hallway is dark and the wooden floor creaks with our every step.
とりわけ変わったものはないかセイバーどうだ
私も同じです。ですがこの一帯が異常なのは確かです。この山に踏み入った時から私たちは異なる常識に取り込まれている。これだけ魔力が満ちていながら異常を感じないことこそが異常と言えるでしょう。
そうだなよしもう少し調べてみようこの寺裏側に池があるんだあっちの方にもいくつか建物がある
It said that the pond was once a home to a dragon. Oh, it's about to be. We might be able to find some clues there, since it's long been considered a holy place. Huh. Holy my ass. We exit the corridor and head for the back of the temple. More like cursed rather than holy. Suddenly...
シロー
something throws me from the corridor into the central shrine. I realize that Saber did it, and I try to rush back to her side. But Saber slams the door in my face.
何のつもりだバカ
I pound on the door. The door feels as hard as iron. Maybe Saber used some kind of spell on it.
何やってんだ開けろセイバ
I pound and punch the door, but it doesn't budge. It doesn't even give against the full bloody body tackle. On the other side of the iron
そこ
door,
で身を守っていてくださいシロー。この相手は確実にあなただけを狙ってくる。
ー敵ってなんだあの影か
違います。ですがマスターにとって天敵と言えるサーバントです。申し訳ありませんがあなたが戦場にいては守りきれない。あのサーバントアサシンには一騎打ちで臨まなければ先にマスターを叩かれてしまう。
アサシンだって
I didn't sense anything. No matter how strange the air is in the rear of the temple, a servant's aura is on a different level. When a servant materializes itself nearby, it gives off an unmistakably dense aura. My brother and God is an assassin. Are you stupid?
محمود صارت ريحة خلاص.
ايش؟
صارت ريحة.
صارت ريحة. Even if it's hiding its aura, there's no way Saber would fail to
一
sense.
撃で決着をつけます。それまでそこを離れないでください。
I feel Saber moving away. Saber's footsteps are faint but firm. Maybe she's closing in on the assassin while fending off his attack.
こうなったら
I look around me. I pick up a Kyosuk stick that's handy enough to be a weapon and immediately start strengthening it. Hurry. I need to use it as a sword to cut the door open. A bad hunch, an irritation I can't quite place starts to overtake my mind. If I leave her here, if I leave Saber alone on this mountain, there's no going back. I have to hurry up and...
أمي تبغاني؟
What the... Huh? Well, I guess I'll take that chance to go to the toilet. Oh.
كيف أرسل يا محمود؟
رحت لأمك ولا رجعت ولا لسه يا ابني؟
الحين بطلع، الحين أروح له.
روح وسيبني في الدبريشن.
Back.
Welcome back. Let pain continue.
شوف سيارة حتكون قوية محمود.
The lights go out. No, there were never any lights here to begin with. The moonlight was illuminating the shrine. That was illuminating the shrine is snuffed out. Something reeks. Is the odor of rotting meat and grating buzz of insect wings.
または造形
I stare into the darkness.
飛んで火にいるとはまさにお主よな、エミヤの小せがれ。
He cackles. Somewhat out there, I feel the old mage's unmistakable fiendish aura.
セイバー
I take a stance with my improvised weapon. I'm not afraid of this centuries-old fiend. The absent Saber's well-being is the only thing on my mind. Interlude. Heaven's Field. She dashes down the corridor, chasing the skull mask. The distance between them closes from 18 meters to a mere 5. Saber's close enough to cleave her enemy in two with a single step. But the enemy knows that too. If she closes in, he throws daggers to prevent her from finishing the fight, and if she doesn't close in, that gives him a chance to retreat. Skull doesn't sprint with gale-like speed the way Saber does here, but he retreats with bestial agility. He slips through the narrow corridors with ease, navigating the tight turns without losing speed. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Or is his mask? Or is the back of his mask? Ah! Or is his back? The mask he turns towards Saber when he faces her down. Assassins, the Skull Mask's servant, evades Saber pursuit, keeping her neither too close or too far, like a road mirage. Like a road mirage. Sparks fly. 3 daggers are hurled without any movement, telegraphing their flight, yet they fail to touch Saber. Saber has some resistance to projectile attacks, just as Lancer did. Compared to Lancer, who predicts their trajectories using air current sounds and his opponent's hostile intent, Saber predicts the attacks using air current sounds and her intuition. The invisible attacks are not particularly threatening to her expedit. They operate on a level beyond that, killing each other with decisive attacks that may be understood but not prevented. To continue the example, Lancer Spear is worthy to be a heroic spirit's noble phantasm. It's a weapon that pierces the heart without fail, even if its identity is known. It cannot be blocked. The only ways to defend against the demonic spear would be to erect a brute barrier with magical energy exceeding that of the spear, to possess luck so auspicious that it ends the destiny-fixing effect of the spear, or to prevent Lancer from using the spear to begin with. Compared to that, assassin dirks are easily managed. They are lethal if they strike a vital point, but the fact that they can be simply blocked makes them little different than pebbles. Assassin has thrown more than 40 dirks. The robed killer finally stops, his ammunition exhausted. His pursuers gets to a halt as well. Her enemy who had kept her at a distance has suddenly stopped. She can feel the sinister aura plainly emanating from Assassin. This is no time for foolhardily charge.
観念したのか、アサシン。
Saber takes a step back despite knowing the best tactical choice would be to cut him down here. I must not advance any further. Her intuition, which kept her alive for many years, broadcasts a warning with maximum urgency. Do not advance. Do not approach the gloom.
ああ、観念したともセイバー。こちらは玉切れだ。こうなっては一撃で下されると覚悟したのだが、なぜ近寄らぬのかな。
Saber does not answer, but she slightly raises the tip of her sword. It points at her enemy. 7 meters separate them now. It would take her 2 steps to reach him. It's a range that requires a swordsman like Saber to advance. Furthermore, she has a hidden weapon she can only use once. for which range is not even a consideration. Assassin's black cloak flutters. He does not know where the breeze is stirring is coming from.
私などに語る口は持たぬか。まあいい。語るは自由だ。思う通りに語らせてもらおうか。
بسام كان قاعد يطلق عليها خناجر قال لك عشان يأخرها تمام؟ بعدين فجأة خلصت قال لك الخناجر حقه وبدل ما تنطلق تهاجم وقفت. ليش؟ الانتويشن حقها الحاسة السادسة حقها قاعد يقول لها لا تتقدمي هنا لا تقربي من خطوتين زيادة. الانتويشن حقها شغال ويقول لك with maximum urgency. الارم الارم الانتويشن يقول لها. The clarity of Assassin's voice belies his appearance. It resembles someone, a spearman she fought before. Perhaps Saber narrows her
しか
eyes.
しよくもまあ弾いたものだ。私の探検見せないつもりで撃っていたのだが、お前には見えていたのか。
実像は見えてはいないが奇跡ならば読み取れる。見えないものを恐れるようならこのような剣は持たん。
The skull cap chuckles in agreement. What use is throwing black painted daggers at someone who wields an invisible sword? Assassin keeps laughing, appreciating the clear difference in the two rogue spirits' calibers and the gap in their noble phantasm's capabilities.
そうか。私など初めから敵ではなかったのだな。所詮アサシン。まっとうな英霊に太刀打ちできるはずもない。もとより我らは影に潜む。そのような役割に選ばれる英霊など初めから存在しない。
لو سمحت تتكلم عن نفسك باحترام. There is a single assassin out there who would beat Saber in a sword fight. And he is definitely an assassin. Just a grand one.
يعني لو سمحت هذا الاساسن كان يعني يقاتل اعظم فارس يعني اعظم سايبر في الدنيا. نفس الليفل.
الاساسن يصد اكسكاليبر بسيف عادي. بسيف عادي ما في اي اساطير. نورمال سيف نورمال.
وحركة الطير هذاك. لا هذاك شوف ذا جراند انت تتكلم عن حتى
لا انا ما اتكلم عن الاساسن ده.
هذاك قوي.
لا انا اتكلم عن لانه قصده يتكلم قاعد يتكلم عن اساسنز يتكلم عن الحسانز. فانا اتكلم على انه ما بين الحسان يا حبيبي لا في واحد حسان يقدر يقاتل سيبر عادي.
يعني هذا كمان هذا
فاحترم نفسك اقول له بس يعني قال لك اوه احنا الحسان ما نقدر نقاتل كذا. لا يا حبيبي اتكلم عن نفسك انت ويك. في حسان ثاني يتقاتل وجها لوجه مع سيبر ويفوز.
故に我らが役割は暗殺のみ。サーバントではなくマスターを殺すしか能のないなり損ないがアサシンなのだ。さてとなると私の標的はただ一人だけだ。理解できるかねセイバー。私の行動は全て君の主を仕留めるためだけのものだと。
白
さよう。お前の主は我が雇い主がもてなしている。私を引き離したところで急がねば虫どもの餌食だぞ。
Oh? Saber's sword flashes into brilliance, or rather she reveals the golden radiance that it always had.
風のまじないで刀身を隠していた。なるほど。その風圧ならばその場からでも私を立てる。わざわざ七に踏み込むこともないというわけだ。
The black cloak sinks down. Turns out that the prey he lured out has a ranged weapon of its own. No stratagem or calculation can help him now. If Saber means to cut him from afar, then all Assassin can do is attempt to disrupt her up close.
立場が逆になったなアサシン。この風王結果見事踏み込んでみせるか。
ひどい女だ。イナゴの群れに飛び込めという。さりってこのままでは竜の方向が放たれる。これは身体極まっている。
The skull mask reaches the ground. Crouching low, he resembles a crawling spider. The vacuum vortex of compressed air is about to be unleashed on Assassin. It would be insane to face it. Does he really expect to endure the lethal tempest curling up in the ground?
さて、どう見てもこれで最後になろう。その前に語らせてもらおうか、セイバー。お前は1対1ならば私に勝つと言ったな。
Saber raises her sword. She won't let him stall for an escape with wards. Her eyes are locked on to Assassin. Even if he attempts spatial teleportation, she can finish him off before he moves.
だからこそ私をマスターから引き離した。主を守るというその判断は正しい。
She raises her sword as high as it will go. Now all she has to do is let it fall. Assassin sinks even lower to the floor.
だが、そこにはお前自身を守るということが含まれていたのかな？
He asks a question. To that.
先を急ぐ。さらばだアサシン。
Saber answers with her sword. The duel is decided. Like a divine dragon, the vortex of air swallows the corridor, and Skull both snaking through the temple in a violent fury. There is no blocking or dodging it. As with Lancer's spear, the only way to stop Saber's invisible air is by overcoming it with sheer magical energy. Assassin's magical energy can't even compare to Saber's. The only way he could stop the attack is by stopping Saber from unleashing it. But it's too late to stop the released Tempest. The Black Cloak is sure to be cut to ribbons within seconds of her sword stroke. A vortex of death descends on him, but in the midst of the vacuum, Assassin cries out an exultant laugh and charges. An attack aimed at her neck. As Saber instantly buries it, the Black Cloak slips over her head and drops behind her. With godlike speed, Saber spins to attack him, but Assassin is no longer there, having leapt out of range. At the same time, the ominous presence she's been feeling now covers the ground beneath her feet.
さて、2つほど運がなかったな、セイバー。
The shadow spreads. Its muddy corruption taints her silver armor.
一つは相性。陣よけのまじないは砂漠を行く者には必須でな。私が知る唯一の魔術が風よけの皆であり。
Oh, هذا عنده ماشي كرافت تصد الويند بسام. ما كنت أدري.
Useful. One thing useful.
The corridor is plunged into darkness. Pale moonlight fails to illuminate the shadows as her consciousness fades. Oh, it even has CG. She sees it.
アサシン。貴様は。
そうだ、セイバー。もう一つは、この場所を戦いの場に選んだことだ。ここには良くないものが住むと、お前は気づいていたはずなのだがな。
She can't even hear Assassin's voice. In a few more seconds, she will disappear. The shadow consumes servants. Her body screams in revulsion even as her thoughts fade. It doesn't matter if it's a futile gesture. She'll spend every last drop of magical energy if that's what it takes to break out of this bind. This shadow still only covers her feet. If she fights against it at maximum output, she can break free, even if she loses most of her energy. And the part of her taken by the shadow at least, she can escape. And yet...
そうはいかん。お前はここで消えるぞ、セイバー。
The shadow isn't her only foe. The skull had been watching the effort play out like a spectator, but he still is a Grim Reaper to bring here.
初めから
1対1ならば勝てると言ったな、セイバー。そう。それが間違いだ。お前は1人。こちらは2つ。私はただ、お前の注意を削ぐだけでよかった。
اساسا انت تحمد ربك انه اف جي او نظفت صورتك. اللي انت هنا بالنسبه لي حدثاله تتفل عليها وتمشي. Their shadow encroaches further. Her very existence begins to decay, starting with her feet. She lost sensation from her toes to her thighs, her legs becoming both part of this world and not part of it.
サーバントはそのあるやるに抗えん。お前が真っ当な英霊ならばなおさらだ。比較的近い私でさえ触れれば魔力を奪われる。純正であるお前では触れられただけで正気を失おう。それは惜しい。むざむざお前を消滅させては私の目的は果たせない。お前の心臓は私がもらう。
お前が。
おかしいか。探検は底をつき、私とて影には近づけぬ。その私がお前を仕留めるのは不可能だと。
Murderous sentence emanates from the skull. Assassin's magical energy, which felt feeble so far, concentrates on his right arm. His right arm is a club, a misshapen thing even without a hand. Does not function as an arm. All it can do is strike his opponent. It cannot even hold his arrows. Now it warps. Bones bend and break. What a bizarre sight. That long, massive arm. Where another arm would end in a fist, that is only his elbow. It bends into a grotesque forearm and hand that seems to soon into his shoulder. Saber's thoughts freeze. It can reach her. That arm is long enough to reach her. Once it does, it's sure to gouge out her heart. Before she can even tremble, his arm plungers. The cursed arm thrusts at her like a spear. There is a sound of flesh being sliced and a gout of fresh blood. Red liquid splashes the floor and spickles the black shadow. Shrill cackle escapes the skull mask. His outstretched arm is coated in crimson. Its deed done, it quickly retracts back toward the assassin. He has lost his monstrous arm.
おのれ、貴様、死に損ないの分際で。
She lowers her sword. Assassin's cursed arm has never reached Saber. Saber rebuilt the curse before it could extract a mirror image of her heart. Assassin's noble phantasm cannot defeat Saber, even in these dire straits. No. Having survived lands her causality reversing spear, she won't allow herself to die in such a vulgar curse. But that was the last resistance she can offer. All the power she built up to resist the shadow was spent on the final defense. Fuck you! على أبو شكلك يا assassin. She has no strength left to struggle with, and even if she did, it would be too late. The sinister aura she felt this entire time is now emanating from her very self. The shadow devours her feet and reaches her waist. Not even moonlight can escape its hunger, and now it has become her. It's too late to do anything. The shadow creeps upwards. Clouds over the silver-clad swordsman's vision.
すまない。しろ。
She gasps as if craving oxygen and sinks into the murky swamp. لك يا زوكن. Zoken Matu stands there, looking just as he did the night before. He looks completely intact even after Archer cut him in two. The old mage, waiting only for death to claim him, laughs as if the other night's events were all a dream. His methods are a mystery, but if he's truly recovered, then they must be in the realm of restoration, not just healing. You can't accomplish this just by healing a wound. It's a grand magecraft which returns a lost body from nothing to its original form. So does that mean he's immortal?
さて、そのような棒切れ一本で何をしようというのかな、小僧。
I face down Zoken with strengthened Hyusaku stick. I can't get any closer to him, nor can I run away to join Saber. If Zoken is immortal, then there's nothing I can do against him with a stick.
わしを仕留めるか、サーバントの後を追うか。どちらにせよ、足を動かさねば始まるまいて。
Insects squirm and shitter all around the old mage. No, not just around him. I can see the shadow moving, looking out the moonlight. I know what they are, even if I can't see them. The darkness is a disgusting horde of insects. Darker than black, they fill the four corners of the shrine, covering every wall. The room is completely overrun by bugs steaming over the walls, and the stench of rotten meat.
どうした？何をためらう？先日わしの腹を立ってくれたのはお主たちであろう。当坂の小娘と組んでわしを始末する腹ではなかったのか？
The insect-wielding Zoken is clearly enjoying this. Obviously, I can't do a damn thing about the swarms of insects with a stick. Zoken only needs to give the order to drown me in a sea of bugs. No, maybe. If I run outside as fast as I can, I might be able to break out of the desperate situation. There's a lot of them, but they're just bugs. I doubt they can take out a whole human in a matter of seconds.
よいぞ。わしはいくらでも待とう。セイバーの帰還を信じて待ち続けるか。その武器でわしを仕留めるか。それとも我が虫どもを振り払い外に出るか。好きな死に方を選ぶがよい。
Sounds like he doesn't intend to let me get away. The longer we drag this staring match, the more bugs gather. Then I'll... Oh. Sam. Choice time.
والله انا واثق باختياراتك يا محمود.
Trust Saber and wait. What Saber? أنا بكره Zoken. I hate Zoken with every inch of my being. It's clear that the longer I wait, the greater my disadvantage will become. That means I should escape these dire straits while I can still move. I'll charge in and cut the old mage down before the bugs surrounding me on all sides can crawl up my body. It doesn't feel like I got him. My diagonal slash slices easily through him like a tomato, and the pieces fall to the floor.
なるほどなるほど。思い切りの良い小僧ではないか。
The fallen pieces of the old mage laugh at me. The Kyoshiko stick rots and crumbles in my hand. He got me. That old devil gave up his body to try my strength.
爪じゃな。決起に流行って唯一の武器を失うとは、やはや若い者は我慢が足らんの。
يا أخي أشير وملا أبوك ما تعلمت تريسون من بدري هنا في هذا الروت. كان زمان خلصنا على الحيوان ده. كان بيت الوحدة تريسون تلفع أبوه واحدة إكسكاليبر ونربخ منه. ولا كلاده بلق في وجه أهله بس. I run. Bugs squish and crunch under my feet as I move. I feel death closing in from behind, and in a desperate bid to avoid the buzzing wave of insects, I throw my shoulder against one of the dark walls, landing outside. Ah, interesting. I roll out of the room, preserving my momentum. The bugs don't follow me. In my dazed sprint to escape the shrine, I ended up upon the opposite side of the temple yard. I feel pain throughout my body. Maybe I hit something when I fell out. I need to find Saber as soon as possible. feeling of dread hangs over me. The anxiety gets worse and worse. I need to see Saber's face soon or the water ripples. Sensing danger, I leap away from it. The moist ground lets go of my feet, but I only manage to jump back briefly. Dull pain, something feels wrong with my heels and I look down. They're all red. When I jumped, both my feet fell off, like discarded shoes.
あれか
When I escaped the shrine room, I trembled on countless bugs. I recall how my strength instinct rotted away when I used it to cut Zokin's body. Stands to reason that my feet, which stepped on these same bugs, would meet the same fate. Oh. On my hands and knees, I try to escape the bug on the remaining stumps of my feet.
いやいや惜しいの小僧。判断自体は間違えていなかったのだが実力が伴わなんだ。
The insect's user voice resonates. The ground is muddy. Spiders have always lived in wet
さて
places.
セイバーは手に入れた。残念よの。お主を生かす最後の理由もこれで消えてしもうたわ。
More insects I've never seen flutter down. They nibble on my flesh, burrow into my muscle, and inject me with venom hundreds of times, dissolving my bones. I'm forced to endure chilling pain worse than hell itself until my consciousness finally expires. Ah, fuck. Okay, let's go. Ah, what's up, Jim the Button? Tiger Doge.
いらっしゃい。些細な選択ミスでデッドした城を救ういつもおなじみタイガー道場です。今回は選択ミスによるデッドエンド。小難しい説明はしないから直前の選択肢に戻って違う行動を。
وحسام تشويس يختار ميال ولا فيرسو؟
نعم؟
حسام يختار ميال ولا فيرسو؟
Ah. Either way, it shall be pain.
اختيارك يا حسام.
嘘乗っ取りおこがましい。私がいない間に何をしているか元弟子1号。
違和感なく溶け込んだのにあっけなく見破られた。
どの面下げてそういうこと言うかなこのブルマは。でどういうつもりよ。あなた本編が忙しいから道場には来ないんじゃなかったっけ。
これはそのちょっと予想外のパワーバランスになってきたっていうか、ほらタイが一人じゃ寂しいだろうから帰ってきたっていうか。
それで
もうプライド大安売りお願いするっす。もう一度弟子入りさせてほしいっす師匠。
全身全霊で断る。路頭に迷えブルマッコ。
やったー。だからタイガってば大嫌い。こうなったら力ずくだ。見てなさい。次に来るときは問答無用で征服してやるんだから。
わっはっは。望むところよ悪魔っ子め。魔術なしでどこまでできるか楽しみに待つとしよう。ガハハハハハハ。
اخترت ميال انت حسام؟ اوكي.
I guess you're using a command spell. Gotta try using a command spell. Don't think Saber would lose to Assassin, but this situation is too unfavorable. This is that old fiend we're talking about here. It's too dangerous to let Saber fight alone.
ほう不出来な殺気を上手に畳み打ったな。何やら考えがあるようだが。
His chuckle's condescending. It's a laugh that says he'll let me try something I want since it's all a child's play. Fine, go ahead and laugh. Command spells are supposed to respond to my wishes, then I'll use as many as it takes to pull Saber back. Without taking my eyes off the shadows before me, I focus my will in my hand and I give one simple order. I call Saber back to my side immediately. He notices too late. My left hand blazes with warmth, releasing its compressed magical energy in response to its master wishes. And loses its color after a brief moment of pain. I
Oh.
wish it only failed. I'd like to believe that I used it wrong because I don't know how it works.
どうやらことは済んだようじゃの。脅かしおって寿命が10年ほど縮んだぞ。
أتمنى لو أخذت منك 10 سنين يا حيوان. His laughter grates on my ears. Far away I hear a wind howling like a death cry. My left hand throbbs in pain, the back of my hand is tingling. It hurts where the command spells are, almost like I'm bleeding there.
バカ。
I feel an awful dread. I feel awful dread. I feel awful dread. The pain in my left hand, the howling wind gone silent, the old insect-wielding mage laughter filling the room with his bloodlust.
いや、紛れもない現実よ。お主もマスターならばわかろう。オノガサーバントがこの世から消滅した事実がな。
My mind is paralyzed. My vision freezes. What is he talking about?
何をほけておる。セーバーは死んだ。隠したと侮ったアサシンに敗れた。そんなこともわからんのか、小僧。
That's bullshit, right? My left hand hurts. It really hurts, but my command spells are still there. They're growing fainter by the second, like they're about to fade, but they aren't gone yet. And Saber still has to be out there ready to come to me right now.
Yes, yes, yes.
ではしまいにするか。当坂の小娘はまだ使い道があるが、
Yes.
お前はこれで用済みよ、小僧。
言ってんじゃねえぞてめえ。
I run, I charge at the enemy before me, trying to shake off the pain in my left hand and the horrible dread. I step towards Soaking and swing a Kyushu stick with all my strength. I aim a vertical slash from the skull to the groin. But something repels it immediately, sending me flying backward. My back slams into a wall. I can't breathe, like someone punched the wind out of me. My back feels numb where it hit the wall, like when you get too close to a fire. I hear bugs nearing my ear. The bugs coating the wall move so that they wouldn't be crushed when I hit it. Even their chittering seems to taunt me.
間に合ったか、アサシン。では小僧の始末もお主に任せよう。セーバーに比べれば楽な作業。ゆるりと楽しむがいい。
Zokin disappears. In the darkness where he lurked, a white skull snickers at me. So that's the assassin servant. The black-robed killer with a white mask that suits Zokin so well. He's going to kill me. My left hand hurts. I can barely think. My heartbeat reaches a fever pitch, realizing these are my last moments. Assassin hurls a lethal weapon at my groin, throat, and hard stomach, and I have no way to stop him. Silver light repels the incoming attack. A blade bats aside all 4 daggers that were about to kill me. Only one person could have done that. My left hand still hurts. My command spells aren't gone yet. That means...
セイバー。
バカめ、しくじりおったのか。
I look up. Someone appears as if to protect me from the white masked servant, but it says... Huh?
え
حتى هو متفاجئ مو انا بس. كلنا الثلاثة تفاجأنا. أنا ها وها وهم. Another servant in dark clothes like assassin.
ライト。
There is no doubt about it. That's Shinji's servant, Ryder. Not Shinji's. Why is she here to help me?
おのれ、わしに逆らうか。構わぬアサシン。邪魔をするのなら、そやつもしますせい。
The skull answers Zokin's shout. Her long hair traces through the air. Ryder wordlessly turns towards assassin.
هذه نهاية سيئة عشان رايدر.
Facing the rain of daggers, he
ذي نهاية سيئة.
unleashes. I can't follow the daggers with my eyes. The skull mask bounds and scrambles around the cramped shrine room. As soon as I spot him on the wall, he's on the ceiling, then the floor, throwing one dagger after another. They come from every direction without end, giving their target no chance to block or evade them all. In the blink of an eye, the volley of dagger lines the floor like a sharp force. Ryder can't deal with that. I've seen her move when she fought Saber. Assassin's assault was probably fierce enough to keep Saber at bay, but she beat Ryder in a single blow, so Ryder has no chance. The White Skull hurls a merciless barrage of darts, but then I notice something like frustration behind his attacks. By the time I realize what's wrong, the difference in power is already clear. They aren't hitting her. Not a single one of the dozen daggers from the shadows even scratches Ryder. The voice comes from the ceiling. The assassin glares hatefully at his foe. Maybe he ran out of daggers. There. Is a gigantic snake. I don't believe it. That many daggers. Ryder evaded them all with pure speed. It's not like when she saved me moments earlier. She simply raced around the ground, as if to declare that she didn't even need to block the daggers to defend herself.
何を遊んでおる朝日。我が孫のサーバントといえど容赦はいらん。早々に片付けんか。
それはできない。こやつ、以前とは違う。
Assassin's eyes Ryder dubiously from the ceiling. Ryder's different from the servant I witnessed before. The magical energy in her body and the sheer physical prowess are on a totally different level. She might not be as strong as Saber, but she's clearly superior to Assassin.
貴様、なぜ？
Ryder doesn't answer. She just crouches low. Just as I realize it, the posture of a predator about to pounce on its prey. Ryder flies up the ceiling while Assassin leaps at the ground and they cross slowly. Both fighters clash their daggers and land facing away from each other. Ryder is unharmed. Meanwhile, Assassin's shoulder is skewered by one of the daggers. Assassin attempts to pull the dagger out of his shoulder. Before he can, a metallic sound of chains ring out Ryder. She uses her chains to bodily swing Assassin to the ground. Fuck him up, Ryder! Screw that piece of shit! The skull shrieks in vain. You deserve it, bitch. That's for doing what you did to Saber. Ryder just keeps spinning him around mercilessly, like she's swinging a ball in a chain. Assassin flails through the room, helplessly crashing through walls, his arms and legs bending at wrong angles with each impact. I duck to avoid a whirling mad tornado. Don't get beaten up, you piece of shit. Her suffering is music to my ears, you piece of shit. It can be described as merely powerful or violent. After spinning him around as she pleases, she lifts the centrifugal force to carry him and lets go. It's like throwing a sledgehammer. Assassin, his bones shattered, is thrown through the lost wall head fast and goes flying. The skull mask servant is tossed out into the temple yard like a piece of trash. Well, he is a piece of trash. Bounces off the ground a few times, splattering blood everywhere, and finally rolls to a stop at the mountain gate. Good Ryder. Good Snake. That was brutal. I know by now that servants don't die that easily, but he probably can't fight anymore.
愚か者が。
انا اخترت اختيارين كلهم.
Zokin's prison
ما ادري يمديك ترجع تشوف.
Sensing the tables turning, the old mage departs with a harsh word for Ryder.
اذكر رجعت تسجيل ورا وقتلتهم.
And the bugs that were cowering in the corner of the room leave.
لا ترجع اخر تسجيل، لا اخر تسجيل اظن ما ينفع. لا اخر تسجيل ما ينفع.
The pain where assassins punched me in the stomach brings me back to my senses. Ryder and I are the only ones left in the shrine room. I take a deep breath to calm myself down. After a moment, I realize that only my stomach and back are hurting. I know what that means now, even without thinking about it. I pushed through my dizziness and head for the corridor.
待ちなさい。一人で行動するのは危険です。
お前
Ryder doesn't seem to mean me any harm. She was really here to save me.
お前どうして
Save me. I almost finished, but I almost don't care at this point. Right now I want
お
to.
前はシンジのサーバントだろう。なのにどうして俺を助けてくれたんだ
I want to go to her. Why am I taking this detour?
あなたを死なせてはいけないと命じられています。私は主の命に従っただけです。
I see. Whatever, I don't believe it, but if that's her answer, then fine. Never mind that, I need to hurry. I know with one glance what I'm going to find. The corridor is silent. It's half destroyed, torn apart, as if a tornado went through. On the only intact portion of the floor, I find a red stain. It's smaller than the palm of my hand, and I don't know whose blood that belongs to. But as soon as I see it, I feel my legs go weak. And I drop to my knees. I touch the red stain. The blood is dry and it doesn't stick to my finger. It seems to declare that she's well and truly gone.
私の役割はあなたを守ることです。シロ。
How many times have I heard these words? They were promising yet anxious. She always put me first. Never once did she talk about protecting herself. Scratch the bloodstains, Saber fought and died here. That's what war is. Known from the moment we made our pact that people would die in this battle. I offered her my hand with that in mind and she took it. She was a girl smaller than me who protected me. When I decided to go after the Black Shadow instead of the Holy Grail, she swallowed her dread and went along with my decision. This is the result. I lost her, no longer a master, and I'm back to being the half-baked hero I was before.
Half-baked.
All alone.
Never say that.
Finn! Fuck you, Zoken. I'm all alone with no way to fight. But I still have something to do. I need to go.
行かないと
I touched the bloodstain one last time. This is farewell. I left my hand away without a bow or words of thanks. This pain in my left hand is gone. The moment I acknowledged Saber death and said goodbye, my command spells disappeared without a trace. Command spells won't disappear just because a servant is gone. They go away when a mage is no longer qualified to be a
そう
master.
かつまり俺は
I have no idea what happened here tonight. All I know for certain is one thing. In this moment, I lost Saber and the right to be a master. I leave the Ryudo temple. My stomach and back feel like big injuries, but right now I don't care about physical discomfort.
送ります。敵がいなくなったとはいえ、夜道の一人歩きは危険ですから。
I stop surprised. The way Ryder's acting is just too unexpected.
わからないなそれもお前のマスターの命令か
いえ、そのような命令は受けてはいません。これは私個人の感情です。ただそう思っただけですので。
そっかそれなら信じるけど見送りはいい俺たちは敵同士だろうならそこまで世話にはなれない
敵同士。では、あなたはまだ私たちと戦うつもりですか？セイバーを失った魔術師でもないあなたが。
I don't answer. I still haven't said anything about fighting or forfeiting the war.
そう。わかりました。せいぜい道中気をつけなさい。
Ryder's long hair flutters. She heads for the mountain gate ahead of me. Even to me, she looks hopelessly defenseless from behind.
Thank you.
I blurt out something I forgot to say.
え
She turns around surprised, plain on her face. It's embarrassing to have her look at me like this, but I have to express my gratitude.
あなたは今、何と言いました
Because she'll hear me after all. Feel uncomfortable staring her in the eye, so I slightly avert my gaze.
だから、ありがとうって言ったんだ。お前に助けてもらわなかったら、死んでただろう。見ての通り、今は何も返せない。だから、せめて礼ぐらい言っとかないと、お前に悪い。
お気になさらず。私は主の命に従ったまでです。主の命が変われば、すぐにでもあなたを殺します。
Ryder answers in a cold voice and disappears through the
だろう
gate.
な。だから世話にはならないって言ったんだ。
I walk out the temple alone. I can think about why she came to save me later. It'll take an hour to get home. I only have 1 hour to get over the fact that she should be here with me. Oh. Story is okay. Arrive at my house. It's well past 1 a.m. A brief coughing fit makes me cover my mouth and I notice a little blood on my hand. Still hurts where assassin punched me and my back stings where it hit the wall. I don't know what the internal damage is like, but my back is probably bruised. Before I would heal from light injuries right away, but now they don't heal at all. Yeah, because you no longer have Avalon. Oh, well, you don't have Avalon. It's just, it doesn't work without its master anymore. Alright, I'm back to normal. My pact with Saber let me heal from all injuries on my own. That's gone now. Even a small wound could prove fatal. You lost your blood armor, hero. We had it in the 2 previous routes, but we don't have it anymore. Someone calls me. Sakura is standing in the hallway just past the front door.
さくら、どうしたんだこんな夜更けに。もしかして起こしちゃったか
いえ、寝つけなくて夜更かししていたんです。そしたら先輩の靴がなかったからどこかに出かけたのかなって。
まあ、ちょっと出歩いてた。
Alright, the lights were on when I got back. Has she been here the whole time?
さくら、ずっと玄関で待ってたのか
いえ、そんなことないです。ちょっとおトイレに寄っただけで、たまたま玄関にいただけですよ。
She was definitely waiting for me. It's been just under 3 hours since Saber and I set out. Maybe Sakura noticed me leaving right away and waited here the entire time.
それより先輩、お茶にしませんか？こんな時間ですけど、あったかいお茶を飲んでゆっくりすれば元気が出ますから。
My eyes widen. Suddenly, Sakura is uncharacteristically forceful. I must be in a pretty bad shape if she's this worried about me.
頼む。それと、ただいま。さくらに声をかけずに出歩いてすまなかった。
I take off my shoes and go inside. I keep a hand on my hurting stomach and head for the living room. Sakura steps in front of me.
おかえりなさい、先輩。
She replies, sounding somehow relieved. I jump up from the seat, cushion on my butt is on. The antiseptic wrenching my back burns something fierce. It even makes a sizzling sound, making me feel like I'm being roasted over coal.
さくら、痛い。消毒薬はもういいから、傷口を拭いてガーゼでも貼っといてくれ。
ダメです。背中一面真っ赤なんですから、ちゃんと消毒しないといけません。それに、痛いのは当たり前です。こんな大怪我をして帰ってきたんですから、少しは我慢してください。
I wonder if she's this tough on injured people thanks to the Kyoto Club or Fujine.
先輩、他に痛むところはありますか？
いや、怪我したのは腹と背中だけだ。
そうですか。なら、あとはガーゼを当ててテーピングするだけですね。
Sakura wields the first aid kit with a practiced efficiency. Her face is stern as she walks, and I don't feel like I can interrupt her. Now then, if you're wondering how this happened, it's because I accidentally threw up the tea as soon as it hit my stomach. I'd planned on hiding it, but Sakura found out. Then she pouted until I confessed that I got injured, and now she's treating my wounds. Of course, she wasn't this aggressive as soon as I got home.
怪我ってお腹ですか？
When I showed Sakura my abdomen, she blushed so furiously she couldn't even begin to render first aid.
さくら、本当にいいのか？手当てなら自分でできるし、無理しなくていいぞ。
Kasem,
それに背中はもっと。
Shiro has 6 backs, it's confirmed.
ياه
大丈夫
يعني
で
انت
す。
محمود ممكن تكون شيء معك كتبة كمان
許せてく
لا
だ
انا
さ
معايا
い。
كتير باكس اعتقد انا معايا 6 bags.
one back
لا انا معايا 6 bags. مش bags. It's okay, I'll do it. Please let me. She becomes so flustered that I was worried she would swoon before she could even treat my back.
先輩、そのお洋服脱いでください。
Girl, can you stop being horny for 3 seconds? He's injured. I didn't want to stop Sakura and she's trying so hard, so I couldn't have treated my back on my own. So with all that in mind, I took my shirt off and let her work on my back. My back is scratched all over, and for a while Sakura didn't do anything. After staring at each other for a few minutes, she called in and announced that she'd start giving me first aid. That was 20 minutes ago. It's now past 2 in the morning. Sakura's Elijah care is almost finished.
はい、終わりました。新しいシャツを用意しましたから、こっちを着てください。
ああ、もう終わったのか。サンキュー、さくら。
いえ、先輩もお疲れ様でした。
I put on a fresh shirt and take a deep breath. I can't do much about the bruise on my stomach, but my back pain feels a little better. I'll sleep on my stomach tonight. Hopefully it won't hurt as much
さ
tomorrow.
て、それじゃ寝るか。こんな夜更けに起こしてすまなかったな。
いえ、そんなことはないんですけど。
Sakura looks down. She looks like she wants to say something but
さ
can't.
くら、俺がいない間に何かあったのか？
先輩、セイバーさんは帰られたんですか？
I'm going to punch you in the face. You are literally the reason. Shut the fuck up with that question. I go dizzy for a
セイ
second.
バーさんは帰られたんですか？
Hearing it out loud from someone else finally drives the hammer home.
ああ、急な話だけど、あいつは帰った。もう戻ってこない。
I push through the dizziness, steady my breathing, and answer calmly. Sakura has doubts, I'm sure. Saber was just here 4 hours ago, and so she must think something happened. So I need to be calmer than anyone and act like everything's
セイ
fine.
バー、最後にさくらのことを言ってたよ。さくらは思い詰めるタイプだから、もっと気楽に行けってさ。
そうですか。セイバーさんとは仲直りしたばかりだったのに、お別れを言えなかったのは残念です。
I can't even nod. Saber disappeared before she could say farewell to anyone. It pains my heart so much I want to throw up. For only 6 days we worked together. For only 6 days we were partners. For only 6 days she swore to be my sword. And how did I repay her?
でもよかった。あの人が来てから、先輩、怪我してばかりだったから。これで今まで通りですね、先輩。
Shut your whore ass mouth, Sakura.
そうですよね。何をしていたかは聞きませんけど、先輩はセイバーさんのために出歩いていたんでしょ。けどそのセイバーさんも帰ってしまったんですから、先輩が危ない目に遭うこともないじゃないですか。
いや、セイバーがいなくなっても夜に出歩くのは続けるけどな。セイバーに付き合ってたんじゃなくて、俺がセイバーを付き合わせてたんだから。
I stand up. I feel less tense now that the first aid is finished. I suddenly feel sleepy.
先輩。
Fucking hate you. آه. مش عارف at this point she was conscious ولا لأ، أو فاهمة هي بتعمل إيه ولا لأ، بس أعتقد whether conscious أو subconscious هي اختارت إنها تتخلص من سيبر دلوقتي في اللحظة دي على أمل إن ده يخرج شيرو من الحرب. ها بسام؟
يس اتوقع دي فعلا.
المشكلة إن الغبية دي كل اللي عملته إنها تخلصت من البلوت أرمور بتاع شيرو بس، ما عادش فيه افالون. هو كل اللي عملته حرفيا ان هي خلته even more killable. كان على الاقل يعني صعب جدا انه يتقتل قبل كده، محتاج تقطع راسه ولا حاجه عشان يتقتل.
اتوقع
دلوقتي
هيحصل له ريجنريشن.
دلوقتي زي ما بيقول ممكن يموت من جرح صغير. اوه لا، انا وقعت على حديده. دام شيرو مات. باد اند.
おやすみ、さくら。それと今の話だ。明日からもっと家を留守にするだろうけど、さくらは今まで通りここを使ってくれ。今夜みたいに帰りが遅くなる時もあるけど、気にせずちゃんと眠ること。さっきみたいにずっと玄関で待ってるってのはなしださ。
لا
おやすみなさい。
ما في صورة كانت حلوة.
I can rest my body now. I didn't notice before, but I'm seriously exhausted. Just lying down on my stomach is enough to make my body and mind sleepy. Before I pass out, I stare into the dark, hardening my resolve. What defeated Saber? What am I supposed to fight? I need to get that through my head right now.
ارجع الحين شوف يقدر قاتل ما ابغى كيف قاتل.
بسام يقدر يسوي لود على تسجيل
ايه الاخر.
مو اخر تسجيل، اخر تسجيل يكون يوديه على شو اسمه.
ارجع يقلل يشوف التسجيلات لين كانك في البوس تشوف العرض قدامك مرة ثانية. ايه خلاص ارجع تسجيل ثاني ارجع كذا.
The memory makes my chest creak. I tremble slightly, feeling a frustration that goes beyond anger or fear. I feel like my heart is going to break. That shadow, that thing out there indiscriminately attacking people, that black shape that even Saber and Arshar were afraid of. I didn't see it happen, but I'm pretty sure of it. Saber lost to that thing. Assassin couldn't have beaten her. If anything back there could have defeated her, it had to have been that shadow. I'll defeat that thing that beats Saber. It isn't my only enemy I need to deal with. I need to deal with Zokin and Assassin too. Zokin said that he had no more use for me since I'm no longer master. But as long as I fight in the Holy Grail and pursue the shadow, Zokin is sure to appear. My body trembles. Saber isn't here anymore. Without her miraculous healing, I only have my half-baked niche craft to protect me. I know how foolish and suicidal that is.
戦うと決めた。正義の味方になるって言ったんだ。
I lost Saber to do that, so I've been following in Princip's footsteps ever since the fire. The only choice I have is to stop this war so that this tragedy can never happen again. And that's why this is the last night I'm allowed to tremble like this. In the morning, once my injuries have healed, I have to become a stronger version of myself that she would be proud of. Farewell! Interlude. Heavens. The girl returns to her bedroom. She goes to her bed with heavy steps and sits down
先
limply.
輩あんな怪我をしたのにまだ
She doesn't know what happened. She just knows that the boy left and came back a few hours later looking haggard and covered in wounds. The blonde girl who suddenly appeared in the house a few days ago didn't return with them. From this alone, it's clear that something irrevocable has happened. The boy is hiding something, and as a result, the blonde girl didn't come back. But that doesn't matter. She doesn't care about that at all. As long as the boy is back safe, then she doesn't need to know what's
انا
happened.
ملك لك في الفانتسي 10.
Nothing could make her happier than Shiremia coming home to her.
あれ今日言えるのかな
She feels a chill and touches her cheek. It's hot. Her whole body feels hot, and she feels like she might faint if she doesn't concentrate. It must be cold again. That's unusual since she doesn't usually catch colds, but she was waiting at the door for almost 3 hours. Sluggishly, she turns off the lights. Too tired to even change out of her clothes, she collapses
大
into
丈
the
夫
bed.
こんなの先輩に比べたら全然だし
But Sam lists subconsciously, مش consciously. Lying face down, the girl thinks back to the scene a few minutes ago. His back looked like someone worked it over with a cheese grater. His stomach was bruised black, as if struck by a heavy blunt weapon. He had to have been wounded in both body and spirit, yet his gaze was as clear as day. The moment she remembers, she feels her body temperature rise. She pretends not to notice that it's hatred she feels, not excitement.
誰があんな
Yes, she can't forgive whoever hurt him this badly. This goes beyond momentary feelings like hatred or disapproval. He's always been deeply hurt, and yet he's always stayed here with her, so pristine. He's someone so different from her, yet so precious, so she can't abide the fact that someone hurt him.
けど先輩の背中すごかったな
Oh no, she's horny again.
امم
She absently reaches out with her
اصحاب
hand.
العزيزين ما عرفت دول
It's
مين؟
been a long time since she saw his bare
منوك
skin up
الكلب
close.
حقه ابن
When
الكلب
they first
حقه
met, he was small for a boy and
اللي
not
فيه
much
لما
taller
رحت
than
البيت
her.
في كلب حصلته
For the last 2 years,
الصغير
he's
منوكو
rapidly become a
والكبير
man.
ذاك اللي مات لا
It wasn't like
كوكو
before when
مدري
he collapsed from a cold. That was only a common cold. Tonight he was a wounded man.
先輩
Her mind goes blank as she remembers. When he exposed his chest, she was surprised by how masculine he was, covered in muscles, strained every day without rest, and not a gram of excess. I guess he looked like a fine cup of water, and you're really, really thirsty. Or a tall glass of water? Well, whatever. If she had to compare his lithe body to that of an animal, he would be a wild goat, small and beautiful, yet with the hidden strength and skill to scale sheer cliffs.
胸だって広かったしすごく男の人だっ
Her outstretched fingers trace the lines of a chest that isn't there. Unconsciously, they run up his body lines like water drops. From his chest to his neck, her fingers glide across the sheets from his neck to his legs. Her face goes bright red. In a panic, she ducks in her arms. The girl rolls into a ball in her bed, her ears turning just as red as her face. It shouldn't be this embarrassing, but the memory of his touch is just too fresh. The sensation of his skin on her fingertips just makes her imagination that much more vivid. She clenches her hands tightly. She brings her face and hands in, trying to pull up the warmth heating her body. She can't think of anything else. She clutches her hands to her chest, clutching the close residual sensation
لا بعدين
with her
دري
fingertips.
صحاب
Damn girl's too horny. She endures the heat boiling up through her body. She won't be able to hold on if she lets it out. that happens, she won't even be able to think of this one thing she's clinging to. Ah, don't be sorry. It's okay to be horny. We're all horny. She's hounded by confusion and guilt towards that boy. His injured body, just the thought of the bloody marks on his body makes her dizzy. The girl who will never come home again. What she took from him. All the lies. So you do remember, you bitch. Dark emotions she would normally never even entertain twist inside her, awakening a feeling of delight deep within. She calls out to him to try and bury the feelings. How long can she keep them down? She hugs her chest so tightly it contorts. Thoughts bubble up within her bosom. The only thing making her this happy, this relieved, is that the boy came home to her. It isn't enough. She knows that now. He takes such good care of me, but he's trying to protect me by pushing me away. She says her thoughts aloud. She knows how greedy she sounds, but because it is a desire that shouldn't be voiced, a wish that can't come true. She mourns her repentance, how vile she is for delighting in his injuries, how decadent she is for wanting to waste his efforts to protect her. Feels like a betrayal of someone like her to want to be with him. It isn't. It really isn't. The betrayal is the fact that you ate up his girlfriend. So she apologizes. Her repentance and contrition quench her fever. Oh no, I should not have let that sound go. She curls up in a bed, damp with sweat, her guilty conscience awakened the fever that was somehow like arousal. Even though the fever has cooled, she feels troubled by a heavy agony. His wounded body, he's still going to fight even after going through that. Oh, and it's your fault. She frets covered in a sweat. It's a worry she doesn't have an answer for and a problem she can't solve. She could think all night and still not come up with a way to stop the boy, except... Oh no, she's awakened the polyandry mode. Bassam, انقلبت polyandry. Oh, I can just stop him from going outside.
Oh.
With a relief sigh, she arrives at an utterly simple answer. The girl breaks into a smile of someone who just had a divine revelation, feeling deep relief.
歩けなくなるくらいの怪我をしちゃえばもう危ない目に遭うことはないですよね先輩
Yo, girl, that's such a fucked up thing to say about somebody you love. She murmurs as if addressing someone. Goddamn. See, this is exactly why you're the least popular out of all three.
Crazy.
Bitch is so cray-cray. Only Shir could love such a bitch. The room smells of stone. It's lit by natural, not man-made light. The flickering lamplight illuminates the man's back and highlights the parchment in his hand.
教会とやらへの報告書か。お前も忙しい男だな、ことみ。
أنا برضو قلت اللحن ده بتاع أخينا. The voice comes from behind, its source unclear. Yami clear, Gilgamesh. It's addressing a man sitting in a chair who begins his second task without showing a hint of surprise.
例の簒奪者についてだな。どれ？被害者はすでに57人、うち死亡者は5名ときたか。
この段階では何とも言えん。これほど大規模な意識不明事件は初めてだが、それでとどまるのなら問題はない。どちらの教会もこの程度の後処理は承知の上だ。だが
それも今のままのペースならか。どこの誰だか知らんが派手にやってくれる。気づいているのか、琴峰。このまま放っておけばこの町は無人になるぞ。
Tomini doesn't answer. He's well aware of what the young man behind him is saying. The enigmatic shadow that appeared in town. So far, it's only drained life energy, but quantity increased by the day. The number of bizarrely drained victims that began to appear 2 days ago has exceeded expectations in only a matter of days. So far, at least, the victims only in respiratory distress, but soon, not even a healthy adult male will be able to survive a night.
だがその心配は無用だ。素人ではあるまいし、再現を知らぬというわけでもあるまい。
そうかな。あの虫使いはそうでもなさそうだが、あの手の輩は早めに潰さねばたたるぞ。俺とておめおめと町の人間を殺されるのは性に合わぬ。
That statement comes as a surprise to Tomini. This man has no need for anyone other than himself, so why does he care about the people of Korea?
驚いたな。どういう風の吹き回しだ、ギルガメッシ
ュ。驚くことはあるまい。俺以外の者が人を殺めることをよしとはせん。人が人をほふらばつまらぬ財閥で迷おう。その手の苦しみは楽しくもないからな。
Still as disgusting as ever. My god, if FGO wasn't a thing, he would be the single most disgusting character in all of Fate history.
なる
ほど。Oh, I forgot. Tomini exists.
お前はお前で、やはり英霊だな。生の苦より救うために死を使う。ならば、お前の望みはやはり死か。
当然だ。ここは無意味で無価値なものばかりだからな。一掃するのが正義というものだろう。
His scornful voice brims with absolute confidence and majesty. Majesty, my ass. The priest continues working without a pause as he listens.
なるほど。そう望むのなら、聖杯はお前が使うがいい。お前を打倒する者が現れない限り、聖杯はお前のものだ。
琴峰、お前には望みがないのか。
明確な願いなどない。私にあるものは明確な快楽を欲する己のみだ。
そうか、お前には快楽のみか。
The young man laughs at the straightforward answer. A deep chuckle erupts from him like he's proud of his part.
よいぞ。俺はおぞましいから殺し、お前は楽しいから殺す。理由は違えど、聖杯に求めるものは同じ。なればこそ、俺をここまでつなぎ止めたというわけだな。
The priest doesn't answer. He merely fulfills his duty dispassionately.
お前が動かぬのならばそれでもよい。せいぜい好きにさせてもらうぞ。
The young man's presence disappears. The stone room returns to silence and the priest glances at the entrance.
酔っているように見えて、真は正気のままか。あの泥もあれの魂までは汚染できなかったと
言える。Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The golden servant is the most powerful being in play right now. This is acknowledged by all, and Tomini, the game master, does not doubt it.
無
But
価値なものはあるが、無意味なものなどない。注意するのだな、英雄を。お前に敗北を与えるものがあるとすれば、それはその一点のみだ。
no one hears his muttering, lit by the red glow. The priest resembles an oracle gazing into the future. Do you mean foreshadow? Foreshadowing. I am so done with this message. كل شوية لازم
Betrayed.
There is no save. فيش سيف فيش سيف فيش سيف يا عم، خلاص نمسح أول واحدة سيف عشان ترحمني من الرسالة المستفزة دي. Saving. Then Event Zofiro. Rain. Morning. I wake up to the sunshine filtering through the paper windows and notice my neck feels weirdly sluggish. My neck feels this way because my shoulders are stiff. I probably strained my neck muscles because I fell asleep on my stomach. On the other hand, my back injuries seem a lot better. They don't hurt anymore, so they shouldn't get in the way of daily life.
まずもう7時過ぎてる。
I feel a sudden sting in my abdomen. The area where I was bunched feels fine when I'm staying still, but sudden movements make it ache.
朝になってるんだし、しばらくは悩まされるか。
Still, it's nothing I can't put up with. The pain isn't bad enough to keep me from moving, so this injury shouldn't get in the way of daily life either. I change clothes and leave my bedroom. The smell of breakfast wafts out from the living room, so Sakura must be getting things ready for us.
おはよう。悪い、寝過ごしちまった。まだ手伝えることあるか？
おはようございます、先輩。先輩が寝過ごすのも珍しいですね。
面目ない。なんか気がついたら朝だった。
怪我をしてるんだから仕方ないですよ。ちょっと前に起こしに行ったんですけど、先輩全然起きてくれなかったですから、疲れも溜まってるんだと思います。
I don't even remember Sakura trying to wake me up. Not only are my shoulders stiff, my brain isn't even fully awake correctly.
すまん。ちょっと顔洗ってくる。すぐ戻るから待っててくれ。
先輩こそごゆっくり。今朝は私一人で準備しますから、のんびり顔を洗ってきてください。
Sakura is really upbeat today. But she doesn't have competition anymore. Yay! Well, if she insists, then I shouldn't protest any further.
じゃあお言葉に甘えて洗面所行ってくる。
はい。今朝のお味噌汁は自信作ですから期待しててください。
I nod then cross the living room into the hallway.
ちょっと待った。
I just passed by, glad to see her doing well, but still something was off about. I hear something fall. I immediately recognize it as the sound of the person collapsing. Maybe I've gotten used to hearing it lately.
Sakura!
I run back to the living room. Sakura's drowsily getting up as if she just fallen on the floor. I support her unsteady body. I can feel the heat of her body just like I did before. Her ragged breathing and sweat soaking through her shirt are obvious symptoms of a fever. She finally notices me. Sakura looks at me with unfocused eyes.
ゆっくりって言ったのにすぐ来ちゃったんですね。待っててください。すぐ朝ごはんの支度をしますから。
Beaming at me, she untangles herself from my arms.
Sakura, お前。
Rather than pushing herself to do it, Sakura doesn't seem to have noticed her own fever.
待てって、朝飯の支度はいい。それより部屋に戻って横になるんだ。さくら、すごい熱だぞ。
熱って私がですか？
あ、くそ、 自分で気づいてないんじゃ本当に重症じゃないか。なんだってこんな。
Why didn't I notice it sooner? Even if I'm sad about Saber, I should have paid more attention to Sakura's condition, who's still right by me. What's wrong with me? Well, nothing is wrong with you. She just got a fever, bro.
私本当に大丈夫です。今のはちょっと転んだだけで、別にめまいとかそういう。
バカ言うな。こんなに熱があるんだぞ。こんなの体温計使わなくてもわかる。
I lead her to the guest room. I need to let Sakura rest. I let the school know she's sick. She's out sick. Make something easy to digest for breakfast and for lunch, right? I'll ask Grandpa Fujimura to send the caretaker over.
先輩、どこに行くんですか？学校に行く前にちゃんと朝ごはんを食べないとダメですよ。
Sakura still doesn't understand. Maybe she's so excited because her fever is making her
学
delirious.
校は休みだ。さくらは今日一日部屋でじっとしていること。学校へは俺が連絡を入れておく。どうせ教室で藤姉に会うんだから、その時に言えばいい。
学校を休むって私がですか？
そうだよ。さくら以外に誰がいるんだ。俺はそりゃ怪我してるけど元気だからな。休む理由がないだろう。
No, I don't have a good reason to make myself go to school either. Without Saber, it's too risky to go alone. But still, I need to be there today. I need to report what happened with Zoken and Assassin to Tosaka. And I can't stay holed up here.
とにかくさくらは今日は休み。いつも頑張ってるんだから、たまには派手に休んでもいいだろう。俺も用が済んだらすぐに帰ってくるから。
الفيفر
私
الفيفر
本当に
آه
大丈
هذا
夫です。
بالضبط دي الفيفر بتاعت الورمز مش الفيفر. Especially with the bitch being so horny. يعني.
だから朝ごはんを食べて学校に行きましょう。そうすればこんな熱すぐに良くなってくれますから。
مشكلة يعني سيفرز ديث خلاني concentrate all my anger على ساكورا. كل ال feelings of يعني sadness اللي عندي على ساكورا, every bit of sadness and pity I have towards Sakura got transformed into sheer unadulterated anger. بسبب الجملة المستفزة اللي قالتها. قال لك بس خلاص كويس, ما عادتش موجودة دلوقتي, انت مش هتتعور. سمك.
バカ、そんなことあるか。なんかめちゃくちゃだぞさくら。
めちゃくちゃなんかじゃないです。無茶なのは先輩の方で、私は元気だし熱なんてないし、先輩は怪我してるじゃないですか。なのに私だけ休んじゃうなんて、そんな。
نتش يعني
おかしいです先輩。なんか私息苦しくて。
Sakura nearly falls to the floor panting. Her body feels strangely heavy in my arms. Does she lack the strength to stand, or she collapsed because she suddenly got so heavy? Either way, she has a fever that prevents her from walking around on her own, even if she believes
バ
otherwise.
カ、いいか。何があっても今日は休ませるからな。嫌がるのは勝手だけど、そんな無駄に体力使ったら明日も休むことになるぞ。
でも先輩、私は学校に行かないと。
Sakura mumbles incoherently, her breathing unsteady. I ignore it and carry her to her bedroom. By the time we arrive, Sakura is already asleep, or rather, she's still in a half-conscious state, her breathing labored. Just once, she firmly grabs a hold of the arms I'm carrying her with. Anyway, I'll tuck her in the bed.
يا رجال
Her voice is unfocused. Her eyes are on the ceiling, not seeing me.
さくら。
Her rag breathing, her flushed cheeks, her damp shirt sticking her skin, the anguish rise and fall of her chest with each breath. The sight is so enchanting, I turn away in a hurry. Bro, stop being horny. Why is everybody so horny? Sakura's the one
This
suffering
is
from
like
fever, so why am I acting inappropriately? Damn. They're all 17 and they're all horny.
ما لك أي ذكر لحالك
参っ
أرجعهم
た。やっぱり家政婦さんにお願いしないとダメだ。
I can't change Sakura's clothes, much less clean her body. Thankfully, her breathing stabilizes when she's in bed, so now I just need to wait for her fever to break. Once she can walk on her own, I'll take her to this hospital and get some medicine
さくら
prescribed.
すぐに人を呼ぶからそれまで寝ててくれ。藤姉んところの家政婦さんなら馴染みだよな。
She doesn't answer. Her breathing is still labor, but at least she's sleeping.
まったく変に強情なんだからさくらは。なんだってさ、そんなに学校に行きたがるんだよ。
I talk out loud to myself, but Sakura's asleep, so I know she won't answer.
じゃあな、学校行ってくる。
I get up and head for the door. Just as I do,
と一緒に学校に行きたいんです。
I hear her reply.
さくら
I turn around. Sakura's still asleep, but with a worried frown.
なんだ、ただの上事か。
I'll leave the guest room this time. And also, it's time for a toilet break. سما خش الحمام واجي.
أوكي. آه.
I am back.
ويلكم باك. انت وقفت عند وقت الكلوك حق الساعة وكلها بيرن.
يس، وقاعد ازعجني صوته وانا في الحمام. ازعجني صوته فعلا. I leave the guest room and this time, but as I do.
私が先輩を守らないと。
يعني conscious يا كلبة. 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 I hear her say something in her fever dream. And just like that, my desire for vengeance for Saber is ignited again. On the way to school, I stop by Fujine's house and ask for a caretaker. Sometimes forget because Fujine doesn't make a big deal out of it, but the Fujimura residence is one of the most extravagant homes in our neighborhood. It isn't a company, yet there are dozens of fierce-looking men who call themselves quote-unquote employees. Most of them live in a separate building on the compound, but anyway, it's a huge family. They also employ an appropriate number of workers, so I can ask them to lend me a caretaker as available. Then, I have to send over an emergency housekeeper that's helped me a number of times in the past. Before Sakura started coming around, Sakura is acquainted with them too, so I feel comfortable leaving her to them. And so the day passes until lunchtime. We meet up on the roof per unspoken agreement, and I tell Tosaka what happened last night. As a result,
じゃあ何？麻藤造剣はアサシンのマスターでセイバーじゃなくエミヤ君を殺そうとしたの？
Tosaka suddenly gets angry at me.
そうだけど、なんだいきなり。
いきなりじゃない。聞いた限りじゃ造剣のやつセイバーが倒されてからエミヤ君を殺そうとしたんでしょ。そんなの変よ。どう考えても手順が違う。
استغربها ليه حاول يقتله بعد ما قتل سيبر مش العكس. Jessica leans in and glares at me irritated. We are behind Water Tower, which has become our usual meeting spot. I unconsciously back up just a few centimeters, intimidated by her spirit that feels closer to hostility.
ちょっと人の話聞いてるエミヤ君。今の話あなたは何とも思わなかったの？
Jessica shoots me a glare full of irritation and loathing. Her attitude is overwhelming enough, but her being this close to me is making me very uneasy. I don't have any more room to back up in this tight space. I'm like her at, I mean a human trapped in a bag.
どのあたりが違うんだ？
優先度の問題よ。あなたと二人っきりになったのにゾウケンはあなたを殺そうとしなかった。アサシンが勝てたから良かったものの負ける可能性だってあったんだから。ゾウケンはセイバーのマスターであるあなたを早く倒そうとするはずでしょ。
いや、それはそうだけど、ゾウケンはアサシンがセイバーを必ず倒せるって自信があったんじゃないか。
まさかアサシンがセイバーより弱いっていうのはエミヤ君でも分かったんでしょ。ならあいつはそんな賭けはしないわよ。そうしなかったのは理由があったからでしょうね。まあ考えられるのは2つぐらいだけど。
2つ？それは。
Choices. Because he wasn't guard for my hand. He didn't.
ゾウケンの余裕かな。いつでも俺を殺せるって慢心してたのか。
そうね。他に理由があったんでしょうけど、エミヤ君を生かしていたのはゾウケンの余裕だったのかも。
Ah, neat.
そう考えるとつけ込む隙にはなりそうだけど、とにかくゾウケンはセイバー自身に用があった。マスターとしてエミヤ君には生きていてほしかったんでしょうね。けどもう一度聞くけど、あいつ確かにもう用済みって言ったのね。
I think back to the last night's events.
当坂の娘にはまだ利用価値があるがな、小僧。お前は用済みよ。
ああ、当坂にはまだ利用価値があるとも言ってた。
そう。そっちの方は点で予想がつかないけど、私から逃げ回ってるのはそういうわけか。会ってしまえばどちらかが死ぬしかない。けどゾウケンは自分も私もまだ生かしたがってるから、今は会わないように隠れてる。
Jessica considers it for a moment. Now then, I've told her what I came here to say. If there's anything else to say, it would be, oh no. Fuck. Shit. Hmm. I chose to keep fighting. Zokenmata, an assassin, a black shadow roaming the town. Masters fighting each other over the Holy Grail. I decided I'd stop it all, even if I lost Saber. This isn't the time to worry about appearances. We need Tosca's help if I want to prevent any further vengeance.
トサカ、俺はセイバーを失って霊樹もなくなった。ならもうマスターじゃなくなったんだよな。
そうね。肝心なことを忘れてた。エミヤ君はもうマスターじゃない。聖杯戦争に関わる必要はなくなって、他のマスターに狙われる危険も薄れたわ。
そうだな。俺が聖杯を欲しがったのはセイバーが必要だと言ったからだ。セイバーがいなくなった今、聖杯に興味はない。
そう。それじゃあ、あなたはもう戦わない？
Duska's eyes are stoic. She asks me the question as a master evenly, and without letting her own emotions cloud it. It's a warning, not a question. This is my last chance. She's giving me a fair warning that it isn't too late to turn back. My answer was decided a long time ago. I'm going to remember how considerate she was for asking me.
そんなわけないだろう。マスターでなくなっても戦いからは降りない。俺は戦いを止めるために戦うって決めたんだから。
さあ、なら私たちの関係も続行ってことね。お互い敵同士だけど、とりあえずあの影を倒すまで休戦状態ってことで。
Duska smiles suddenly. Her stoicness from a moment ago turns to friendliness as if something nice happened. She likes you, you stupid idiot. Both sisters like you. Guess it's like in their DNA to like him, yes sure. Breaking the high jumps of all things.
يا أخي هانسون.
To be fair, he is definitely handsome. Bro has a six backs
Huh?
and bro has six backs and all the muscles you'd need to be handsome, bro. He's the most well-built teenager ever. ساكورا بصت بصة واحدة بس على السكس باكس بتاعته قامت لها المحنة جامدة جدا لدرجة انها سخنت. That's fine, I guess. It's not like I know why.
ちょっと待った。敵同士ってどうしてだよ。俺はもうマスターじゃないんだぞ。遠坂といがみ合う理由はないだろ
う。何言ってるのよ。サーバントとレイジュが亡くなったからってあなたがセーバーのマスターだったことに変わりはないでしょ。曲がりなりにも聖杯に選ばれたエミヤ君には最後まで聖杯を手に入れる資格がある。無力化したところで競争相手であることに変わりはないわ。
そうなのか。俺に聖杯を手に入れる気がないとしても。
そんなの状況次第でしょ。もし聖杯が手に入る状況になってエミヤ君もどうしても聖杯が必要になってしまって仕方なく聖杯を使うってこともありえない話じゃないわ。無欲な人間ってのはね、無欲だからこそ自分以外のものに引きずられるんだし。
遠坂、それは考えすぎだ。仮に聖杯が必要になったとしても俺が聖杯を手に入れられるわけないじゃないか。
だからもしもの話けど可能性はゼロじゃないわ。だからそういうことを踏まえて敵同士だって言ってるの。マスターで亡くなった魔術師が教会に逃げ込むのだってそのためよ。サーバントを失ったからって他のマスターにとってみれば目障りな邪魔者なんだから。そのあたりエミヤ君も気をつけて行動なさい。あなたを殺したがってるのは造剣だけじゃないんだから。
その忠告はありがたく受け取っとくけど。
I'm not happy about still being enemies with her.
何よ難しそうな顔しちゃって。私と敵同士なんて今まで通りでしょ。なのに困ることなんてあるの？
Oh my god, not only is he oblivious to you liking him, you are oblivious to him liking you. Everybody here is stupid.
ある。それじゃ遠坂の力を借りられないじゃないか。
は？
She freezes. Tosaka stares at me like she's just seen a ghost.
私の力を借りるってなんで？
なんでも何も俺一人じゃ無理なんだ。聖杯戦争を止めるってことは他のマスターを倒すってことだろ。けど俺にはそれだけの力がない。情けないのは分かってるけどなりふり構っていられない。俺にできることは少なくてその中で一番いい方法がこれなんだと思う。だから遠坂と敵同士にはなれない。遠坂とは休戦するんじゃなくて協力者として助力してほしいんだ。
ちょっと正気？エミヤ君。
正気だよ。俺は協力者としては力不足でお前の足手まといになるかもしれない。お前には俺と手を組むメリットがないし俺にだってお前に返すものがない。 そうだな。普通こんな協力関係は成り立たない。
なんだ、分かってるじゃない。あなたの言う通り、魔術の基本は10日交換よ。元手がないやつに物を貸すことはできないし、釣り合わない技術者に手を貸すこともできない。そんなの本人のためにもならないってあなたでも知ってるでしょ。今までは休戦状態だったから相談に乗ってたけど、協力関係となると話は別よ。協力し合うってことは仲間ってことで、そうなったら報酬だって山分けにしなくちゃならないんだから。
ああ、けどそれを承知で頼む。俺に手を貸してくれ、遠坂。この借りは生きている限り必ず返す。
生きてる限りってあなたね。
I know what a burden I'd be to her, but Tosca's the most reliable person I know, and if she's the one who gets the Holy Grail, I can trust her. I can trust that nothing will go wrong. So she's the only one I can think of helping Gwen as a master.
遠坂、答えを聞かせてくれ。
I meet her eyes.
そんなの決まってるじゃない。マスターじゃないやつと組んでも。
遠坂。
だからそんな風に言われても手助けなんてできないし、そもそも。
遠坂。
それじゃあまるでちゃんとした契約みたいじゃない。
There it is. Tosca makes a show of looking down.
ああ、もう分かったわよ。それじゃあ交換条件。
She shoots a hard gaze right back at me.
交換条件ってどんな？
交換条件は交換条件よ。これは立派な契約だもの。だから今から言うことを守れるなら考えてあげないこともないわ。
遠坂、さっきも言ったけど、俺今遠坂に返せるものは何もないぞ。
いいから聞く。
分かった、とりあえず聞く。
よし、じゃあ一つ目、協力関係になるのはいいけど、その場合私の言うことはちゃんと守る？戦いになった時どんな指示でも文句言わない？
Oh no! So many choices! بسام!
انت لها يا محمود.
ايه كل الاختيارات دي يا عم؟
それじゃあ2つ目、私が信頼した分私を信用できる？どんなことになっても、どんなひどいことになっても裏切らない？そう、それじゃあエミヤ君はこれから私に絶対服従ってことでいいわけね。
っていいわけあるか。魔術師として遠坂の
أنا
指
كنت
示が
أشم
優れてるのは
رائحة
認
الباد
める
إند.
けど、たまには失敗することだってあるだろう。もし遠坂がおかしなことを言い出したら簡単にうなずくことなんてできない。お前が間違ってるって思ったらその時はちゃんと反対する。きちんと。
もちろん、そうでなくっちゃ協力なんてできないわ。私は独走しがちなところがあるし、ブレーキ役がいなくちゃ危ないって思ってたの。ええ、あなたがその役になってくれるなら助かるわ。
ね。
That's a little anticlimactic. Bitch, shut the fuck up. We were about to get into a bad end, weren't we? ايوه بص يا بسام، شايف دي اللي تحت دي؟
يس.
شايف دي ملهاش مكان تكمل فيه خط. دي bad end. This right here is definitely a bad end. I was ready for her to argue against me, but Tosca seemed satisfied with my answer.
じゃあ最後の質問ね。例えばエミヤ君にできないことがあって、それが私にできることならいくらでも手を貸すわ。けどその逆になった時、あなたも同じことができる？
俺にできて遠坂にできないこと？
Does anything like that even exist? Is Tosca actually bad at cooking or something?
ちょっと一番大事な質問なんだから答えてよ。イエスかノーか早く。
いやその具体例で言ってくれると助かる。
なあもう、つまり私を勝たせてくれるかってこと。
Tosca blusters sulkily, her cheeks flushed. It's a far cry from the image I've had of her so far, like that of a child, and yet...
協力するからにはきっと遠坂を勝たせる約束だ。
She's so sincere I can't help but find it cute. Of course she's cute, she's the cutest.
それじゃあ学校が終わったら正門で待ち合わせね。
She's that sundry perfected يا بسام.
يب.
今日からしばらく
She may not be the
エ
first,
ミヤ
but
君
she's
に
the
は
best.
私の家で部活動をしてもらうから。
部活動って遠坂の
そう、手を組んだ以上あなたを一人でも戦えるように教え込まなくちゃいけないでしょ。まあエミヤ君が素人だってことはあの夜で分かってるから。
いやそれは構わないしむしろ助かるんだが、その今日から
当たり前よ。まずエミヤ君の力量を把握して今夜からの方針を決めないといけないもの。帰りはかなり遅くなるだろうけどエミヤ君は一人暮らしだから問題ないわよね。
いやその通りだけど、なんでそんなこと知ってるんだ遠坂。
だって前にエミヤ君の手当てをした時家に誰もいなかったからそうだろうなって。ともかくそういうことだからエミヤ君は正門で待ってればいいの。
Tosca leaves the casual wing. Today's Friday. Classes run until the 6th period and we get out after 3 p.m. على فكرة بسام أقول لك حاجة دلوقتي اكتشفتها متأكد منها.
ايش؟
بص أنا كنت عارف إن هنا في مفترق طرق صح؟ بس كنتش فاهم هيؤدي إلى إيه. إحنا كده ماشيين في الطريق اللي هو بناخد بوينت عند رين. بس وش خسرنا بوينت عند ساكورا. ساكورا لسه قاعدة مسخنة في البيت واحنا مشينا وسبناها. لو البوينتس اقل من اللازم غالبا هنتحبس في باد اندنج لحد ما ارجع هنا. فانا هاخد صورة هنا لمكان القرار. الحاجة التانية حتى لو ما اتحبسناش في باد اندنج غالبا واحدة من الفروقات ما بين الجود اندنج والترو اندنج هتبقى هنا.
さくらには早く帰るって言ったけどさすがに初日からキャンセルするわけにはいかないか。
I'm sorry to Sakura whom I'm taking care of at home, but I'll need to join Tosca today. Well, Tosca isn't a monster. If I explain Sakura's situation, then there is a chance she'll let me go home early just for today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she will. And then he will forget to say it, and then still go. I wait for Tosca at the school gate. The sky is all gray. It looks like it's about to rain. Not to mention a chilly wind. It's going to be a cold night if there is wind.
何？考え事？
I return to reality. Tosca's here. Her shoulders are slightly heaving like she ran
い
here.
やなんか雨になるかなって。
ああ、天気のことね。見た感じ小雨ぐらいかな。夜の巡回もあるしあんまり降られるのも困りものだけど。
From the sound of that, Tosca expects us to go in battle tonight. I'd like that too, but I should shake on and Sakura.
遠坂その話なんだけど。
分かってるって。仲間同士きっかり鍛えてあげるから覚悟なさい。ちゃんとエミヤ君を一人前にしてみせるから。
With a bold declaration, Tosca starts down the path. Uh-oh. If you smile at me like that, how am I supposed to say I need to go home early today? Okay, bro, I understand because Rin is the best. But also that is incredibly cold-hearted. You need to go back for Sakura. يا اسطى بربع مزته في ثانية بسبب رين.
النظرة واحدة بس كده.
مش أول مرة. قبل كده راح
آه،
برضه اتكلم مع رين
اتكلم
وفكس لساكورا
ب-
كان متفق معايا
اسمه
قبلها.
اسمه
We're coming home. We're coming up on the neighborhood with European houses. Tosuka's house is situated to the top of the hill, much higher than Sakura's.
うわ
So this is the Tosuka's mansion. How do I bought it? Sakura's house is big, but this one is really grabs the eye with the European feel. It also feels cold and heartless somehow. There around the entire top of the hill feels like it rejects visitors.
どうしたの？足止めちゃって。私の家ここだけど。
ああ分かってる。ただなんとなく威圧されただけだ。
そうね。私のところはエミヤ君の家とは違うから、魔力の気配に疎いあなたでもここの冷たさは感じ取れるってこと。
Yes.
Tosuka continues
Yes,
working with a board tool. Now?
ايوه يا
هلا.
حبيبي بس
早く来なさいよ。罠なんて仕掛けてないんだから尻込みすることないでしょ。
آه.
Tosuka beckons me in front of the door.
いや尻込みしてるのは雰囲気だけじゃないんだけどな。
Grumbling, I steel myself and step through the threshold. Does feel cold, but my mind is elsewhere. She has no idea what a big deal is it for a guy to get invited over to Tosuka's house. She wouldn't understand it even if I explained it. At best, she would just laugh at me. I will never stop thinking about how freaking horny you are. Like, I love you to death, but you are so fucking horny, Emiya. One horny boy. On top of that,
なんで今じゃなくてお前の部屋なんだよ。
after showing me the parlor, Tosuka took me up to her room like it was the most natural thing.
なんでって、ここのが器具が揃ってるからだけど、今はお茶を飲むところだし、別にお茶しに来たわけじゃないでしょ。
それはそうだけど。
I wish she'd remember that I'm the same age member of the opposite sex.
とにかく適当に座って。性別は政治とカードで行うけど、どっちも苦手だったら今のうちに言っとくこと。
Tosuka opens a book next to her bed. It's filled with treasures straight out of an adventure movie.
騎士のメノなんか使ってもしょうがないか。あれ、政治切れてる。あ、じゃあちょっと下から 2,3 輪持ってきて。
真紅のサルビアだな。まあそこの男を判別するのにそこまでする必要はないだろうがね。
私の勝手でしょ。で、持ってきたらしばらく下で休んでて。彼とは協定を結んだんだから、いちいち護衛しなくてもいいでしょ。
そうだな。その男に君を出し抜く度胸などあるまい。私は夜に備えるとしよう。
أرشر مش مضيع أي فرصة علشان يدق شيرو بالكلام.
لازم.
That must have been Archer. I couldn't sense his enormous magical energy at all. Maybe it's reduced while he's in spirit form.
驚いたな。同じ部屋にいるなんて気がつかなかった。
霊体になっていればそんなものよ。仮に実体化していても、この屋敷にいる限り魔力は外に漏れないわ。外部への魔力遮断なんて攻防としては初歩の初歩だから。
じゃあそのマキリじゃなくてマトウの屋敷も同じようなものなのか。
ええ。もっともあそこはもう魔力を隠す必要はないから、隠してるとしたら家から漏れる魔力じゃなく魔術師本人から漏れる魔力でしょうけど、まあどちらにせよ魔力を隠すだけならどうとでもなるってこと。本当なら学校にもアーチャーを連れて行くところだけど、今あいつ本調子じゃないから昼間は休ませてるの。
Tosuka rummages around in her treasure chest while making a troubled expression. Looks like she can't find what she's looking for. Is she actually really disorganized? Yes.
ほんと普通の傷は簡単に治療できるのに、どうしてセイバーの傷だけは治療できないのかしら。あいつなんか因縁があったとしか思えないんだけど。どうしてこう大師傅の宝石ばっかり出てくるのよ。普段は出てこないくせに。この
She literally throws herself into her search. The chest looks small, but it's apparently deep enough to swallow Tosca whole. Anyway, there's nothing to grit my teeth for at the moment. At most, I can pray that Tosca finds whatever she's looking for. I absently look around the room, and I see something incredible. It's a photograph. I find it on the bookshelf, no higher than my waist in the corner of the room. Photo is on top, like it's forgotten there. Dust comes off when I touch it, indicating that it's been here for a
掃除
while.
をしてないってわけじゃないよな。この写真だけほっぽっとかれてるんだ。
Maybe Tosca doesn't like looking at pictures from her childhood, but then she wouldn't leave it out here. It's something important that she doesn't want to touch in this.
それにしても
People sure do change. In the picture, Tosca's 5 or 6 years old. She's, well, totally adorable.
昔から髪は長かったんだ。
In the photo, Tosca's wearing the same style she does now. One difference catches my eyes.
お待たせ。準備は整ったわ。これから少し痛い目に遭ってもらうけど気にしないで。どうしたのエミヤくん。
ああ、トサカ、これ。
I hold out the photo I found.
なんだ、昔の写真じゃない。隅っこに置いといたんだけど、それがどうかした？
いや、別にどうもしないんだが、ほら。
I hesitate to bring it up since it doesn't matter. I really don't need to ask her this, but something about it stands out to me.
おう、そっか。リボンが違うって言うんでしょエミヤくんは。
I nod.
そんなの当たり前じゃない。女の子だもん。髪留めなんていくらでも持ってるわ。いくらお気に入りだからって十何年も同じのつけてると思う？
Oh, that does make sense now that she mentions it. What am I getting so hung up on some ribbon for?
なんてね。
Sam!
そう言いたいところだけど、髪留めは特別よ。女の魔術師にとって髪は最後の切り札でしょ。縛り付けるものだって相応の魔術品なんだから、替えの代物なんてめったにないわ。
The Sam!
へえ。じゃあそのリボン、何らかの魔術品なのか？
ええ。髪を留めるってことは魔力を貯めるってことだから。遠坂は魔眼持ちじゃないから、せめて髪だけでも予備魔力を蓄えておかないといけないの。で、自分の体をコントロールするんだから、髪留めは自分で作った方がいいでしょ。それ、私が最初に作ったリボンなの。お気に入りだったんだけど、まあ、いろいろあって手放したわけ。さて、無駄話はここまでよ。スパッと性別を始めるから、まずはそこの椅子に座ってちょうだい。
Shit, نسيت اقفل المايك قبل ما نقفل. That was very rude of me. Should have muted first. Also incredibly stupid, not just rude, but it does what it does. She lit some incense and did something that looked like a tarot reading. Then I answered some questions that reminded me of a personality test. According to her,
該当なし。これ以上は無駄ね。
she gives up quickly on trying to identify my magic circuits. Huh, that's weird.
それってわからないってことか？
失礼ね。エミヤくんが五大元素に関わってないってことは分かったわよ。そこから先の性別は私の専門外だから、これ以上調べるのは無駄でしょ。あとはエミヤくんが使える魔術を見せてもらって、そこから推測するだけよ。 死肉みたいなものだから気にしないで。よっぽど強い魔力でくくっても1日で復元しちゃう材質だから。
So she said, by the way, she said Shiniko is a lump of meat that never gets any smaller no matter how much of it you eat. It's called a shiro in Chinese mythology. Anyway, I tried strengthening the lump of clay. I didn't want to fail in front of her, but I only managed to pull it off twice in 10 attempts. It even took me much longer to manifest my magic circles than I did when Saber was still around. While I practiced strengthening, Tosuka asked me questions such as whether I came up with my own incantation, whether I can use magecraft other than strengthening, and how I was trained, what I form mental images of most easily, and so on. And Tosuka's face darkened until eventually stopped saying anything. I don't know what I did to upset her, but having her make that face so close to mine was very
トサカ
uncomfortable.
その当然だとは思うんだが、あまりの未熟っぷりに呆れて協力関係になったのを後悔してるとか。
後悔はしてるけど、未熟って言ってもあなたの場合は教え方が間違えられていたっていうか、よくもそんな
おいトサカ、話が見えないぞ。
Why are you glaring at me like that?
いいわ。とにかく根本から直さないとダメみたいね。それとさっきの話だけど、エミヤくんの工房には投影したものがまだ残ってるって本当？
残ってるよ。だって壊さない限り残るだろう、普通。
She asked me earlier when I mentioned trying projection during breaks when strengthening wasn't going well. Tosuka pressed me hard for details about that. Just once asked me to project something using the clay lump. She asked me to make an earthware pot. It went well until about halfway, then failed.
とりあえずエミヤくんにはスイッチのオンオフを仕込んであげる。実際に体内にスイッチを作った方が手っ取り早いから、今夜はうちに泊まっていきなさい。荒療治になるから一晩寝込むことになるし。
一晩寝込むってここでか？
何よその顔。安心なさい。別にメス入れるってわけじゃなくて、ちょっと薬を飲んでもらうだけだから。まあ効果が強すぎるんでしばらくは動けなくなるけどね。
いや、荒療治が嫌だって話じゃなくてだな。
I look at the clock. It's already past 5 o'clock. I didn't notice because of the cloudy weather, but it's already evening. Tosuka's looking out for me as both an ally and a mage. It's a big help and it makes me happy, but I'm still worried about Sakura back at home. Fuck me, how many decisions are you going to make me make? Let's go bad ending speedrun. Alberto asked Tosuka, since we were working together, I want to take care of Sakura and I'm anxious about leaving her by herself. I can make an exception today.
ちょっと、荒療治は嫌じゃないんでしょ？
そうする。けどトサカ、確認するけど、本当に今日一日で終わるんだろうな。明日も。
そうね。ぶっちゃけその可能性は否定できないわ。開いてみるまではわからないって言うし、エミヤくんの体がもういじれないぐらい成長してたら長くかかるし、手術そのものが失敗する可能性だってあるし、まあそのあたりは運ね。エミヤくん、最近の運勢はどう？
Bad. As for what's exactly bad about it, the worst part is that there's someone smiling and asking that question while she has my destiny in a chokehold.
ちょっと待ってくれ。そうなるとすごく困る。俺、明日には家に帰らないと。
うちってエミヤくんの家？
ああ、さくらが風邪で寝込んでるんで様子を見ておきたいんだ。何日も帰れなくなるならその前にうちに帰ってさくらの様子を見ておかないと安心できない。
忘れてた。
She's fed up with me. Tosca looks at me in surprise, then exclaims,
バカ、もっと早く言ってくれたらここまで引き止めなかったのに。
It's my turn to be surprised.
スイッチの話は後。そんなのあんたの家でもできるんだから。
She storms across the room to the coat rack and dons her coat.
行くわよ。うちでやることは済ませたし、あとはエミヤくんの家でもできるわ。さくらの看病が終わったら続きをするから、急いで戻りましょう。
So that's what I did. I fucked up.
該当なし。これ
遠坂、それうちでやっても構わないか？
うちってエミヤくんの家？
なあ、さくらが風邪で寝込んでるんで様子を見ておきたいんだ。一晩寝込むことになるならうちに帰ってさくらの様子を見ておかないと安心できない。
そういえばそうだった。
She's fed up with me. Of course she would be. I came to her for help. And here I am saying I want to go home because it doesn't fit my schedule. Ah. Shit.
バカ、もっと早く言ってくれたらここまで引き止めなかったのに。
That's the case. I guess we're going back to this choice instead. I've done what we came. Oh yeah. I need to remember that. We'll pick this up once you take care of Sakura. So hurry up and get home.
そうしてもらえると助かる。
それと思い出すのも尺だから今のうちに教えといてあげる。あなたの本文は教科じゃなくて投影よ。どこでどう間違えて何をどう勘違いしているかは知らないけど、あなたは本来作る側に属する魔術師なんだから。
Tosca walks briskly down the hallway. I'm a little confused, but I'll follow her and we depart the historic Tosca mansion. Interlude. Who are we checking up on? She looks up the clock on the wall, the ticking sound, the hand ringing keenly in her ears. The time is past 4 p.m. School got out a long time ago, and it's well past time he would have gotten home, even if he
どう
stopped
し
for
たんだ
groceries.
ろう、先輩。
She whispers dreamily,
遅いな。
leaning against the wall. She moves slowly, feeling dizzy thanks to her fever. She's slightly surprised by her own voice. The clock ticking sounds so loud it grates on her ears, yet she can't hear her own voice very well. That simple noise alone keeps resonating in her earlobes. The steady tick-tock rhythm of the clock and the pounding of her heart, straining to pump blood. The two sounds get into her head even if she covers her ears, making the
お
dizziness
かしい
worse.
な。風邪本当に治ってるのに。
That's why she sent the caretaker home. Her temperature was normal when she measured it, and she managed to make lunch on her own. In the afternoon, she felt like her usual self again. She looked forward to seeing the real master of the house come home. It's hot, and yet her whole body feels hot. The heat isn't coming from herself, but someplace else. Something between her blood vessels and overlapping muscles. In the gaps that shouldn't be there. Something other than herself penetrates deep inside. Running like a car engine. Oh, it's the worms. Her fever is so hot, so endless, so unlike anything she's ever experienced before, that she can't help but visualize it as such. If you asked her whether it feels bizarre, whether it feels uncomfortable, say yes to both. She isn't the only one who feels suffocated. The things creeping between her blood vessels and nerves are having a hard time too. To use an example, they are like puppies trapped in a can full of ground meat, searching for an exit. They are the real cause of her fever, the puppies wriggling in her body, desperately trying to fulfill their function. She finds them adorable somehow and can't bring herself to hate the sensation. She absently stares at the clock. It's now 4:30. Just a little longer. He's sure to come home in another 30 minutes. Before then, she needs to calm her body down and quiet the things running through her body. Yes, she's used to these symptoms. She's experienced them many times since childhood, and she's been taught how to relieve them. That's why she thinks she can calm this down. But the fever doesn't recede, and the things in her move even faster. Her body won't relax. Everything she's tried before doesn't work. What is she missing? What does she need? What changed? She desperately tries to figure it out, but the ticking is too distracting. She can't think straight. Finally, she realizes that it isn't a clock, but an alarm emitted by the house itself.
なんだ、エミヤはいないのか。そりゃ都合がいい。
Someone familiar appears before her, tracking dirt into the house.
おいおい、どうしたさくら。エミヤがいないと思ったら、こんなところに一人で。こりゃじいさんの言ってた通り、ライダーを使いすぎた反動かな。
The man enters the living room and walks up to the girl slumped against the wall. She can't put any strength into her muscles. She never had the energy to move to play.
迎えに来たよ、さくら。おままごとの時間は終わりだ。
He looks down on her with a plastic smile.
ほら行こうか。エミヤと肩をつけるんだ。お前もあいつの顔が見たいだろうからさ。特等席で見せてやろうと思ってさ。
The man grabs her arm and drags her to her feet. She tries to free her arm, but she doesn't have the strength to even do that. The man drags her along, putting on a pleasant front.
そう怒るなよ、さくら。妹は兄貴の言うことを素直に聞いておく。
Shut the fuck up, I don't want to listen to you.
違う。約束が違う、兄さん。絶対にはもう手出ししないって言ったのに。
She protests tearfully. It doesn't sway him. I hate you so much, Shinji. Seems he's set on playing the caring brother, mouth drawn in a thin smile. Soap spill out from her.
優しいだろう、僕は。じいさんから預かったものもあるけど、できればそんなものは使いたくないんだ。
The man pulls the girl outside by the arm.
安心しろって。これも男同士の付き合いってやつさ。約束は守るし、用さえ済めばここに戻っても構わない。ただちょっとさ、こんな状態の妹を放っておく悪いや。
Closes her mouth. She knows better than anyone that her brother won't listen to anyone once he's made up his mind.
そうそう。さくらはいい子だな。それじゃあ一足先に行っていようか。ここで待つのも悪いし。どうせ遊ぶなら僕の作った陣地に招待しないと。ライダー、さくらを連れてくるんだ。
The girl looks up. She sees a servant with flowing hair long enough to touch the ground. Hmm. I announce myself as I enter the house. Suddenly, I'm overcome by a sense of discomfort.
エミヤ君、廊下。
It's clear what caught her attention. The hallway are marks that looks like footprints. Only Sakura's shoes are out front. I didn't see the caretaker's shoes, so they must have gone home.
Sakura.
I go to the guest bedroom. Nobody's inside. Discomfort turns to dread. I go back to the living room. Sakura isn't here either. The tracks in the hallway end in the living room. Someone with dirty feet did something here and then went outside.
エミヤ君、そこの床見て。踏み込んだ跡がここまで。
分かってる。ここに桜がいた。
Yeah, I know. Sakura's here in the living room waiting for me to come home, and now there are unfamiliar footprints in the hallway, that's all I know. It's strange that I haven't deduced the situation. The answer should be clear once I take home. I take some time to think. Calmly. If I calm down and think, I'll figure out what happened here. But why? Why won't my brain work at all?
ちょっとエミヤ君。
Should have come home earlier. I should have taken this more seriously. Didn't I take Sakura in because I was afraid this would happen? Zoken said that Sakura had nothing to do with this. Why did I believe him? As long as Sakura is one of the Matos, there's no way she isn't related. So why? Why did I accept an explanation that was convenient for me without questioning it at all? The telephone rings. Tosuke keeps quiet and I nod to her and pick up the receiver. Shinji's the caller, there's no doubt about it, and I was expecting this anyway.
桜をどうし
あどうしたって迎えに行ったんだよあいつは僕
シンジ。
いいねカッカ来てるじゃんかエミヤ桜を連れ戻されて悔しいってわけだ
Tosuke leans in close as if she can hear what he's saying. I keep her at a distance with one hand and
回
continue
り
to
くどい
call.
のはいい。手っ取り早く要件を言え。
分かってるだろいい加減肩をつけようぜエミヤお前だってこの間の一件で済んだなんて思ってないよない
や、思ってる。お前は逃げただろう。肩なんてそれでついてるんじゃないのか。
ついていないあれはサーバントの差だお前の力じゃないセイバーさえいなければ僕が逃げるなんてことはなかった今だってセイバーさえ出てこなければ僕が負けるはずがない
Saber hadn't shown up, I see now. Sounds like Ryder hasn't told him that I lost Saber. Yeah, that's why he came to take her back by force. In other words, this phone call
シン
has...
ジ、桜をどうする気だ。
物騒なことを言うね大事な妹にどうもしないさお前が一人で僕のところに迎えに来るならな
I hold off Tosuka. If she interrupts this conversation, it'll definitely go off the rails.
セイバー抜きで戦えってことか。
いいね肝心のところで物分かりがいいから助かる場所は学校だいいかくれぐれも一人で来いよここにはライダーが結界を張っているからねセイバーをもっともお前が桜の前でそんな卑怯な真似をするとは思ってないけどね
I hear snickering
すぐ
over
に
the
行くから
receiver.
待ってろ。それと一応聞いておく。お前はマスターか、それとも桜の兄貴か。
そいつは何の冗談だい僕はマスターだしいつでも頼れる桜の兄貴さお前こそどうなんだいエミヤ
分かった。マスターとして戦いに行くぞ、シンジ。
ああ戦いになればの話だけどね
待ちなさい。本当に一人で行く気なのあんた。
そういう指定だ、登坂。
後にしろって、それはこっちのセリフよ。シンジがさくらを連れて行ったのは目の前で自分の力を見せつけたいんでしょ。そのまま行けば殺されるわよ。今のシンジに自覚があるかはわからないけど、そんなの見せられたらさくらだってたまんないわ。ここは様子を見て作戦を立てるべきよ。
I know that, but I can't just sit still. His laughing still rings in
そう
my
か、
ears.
桜の前で殺すかな、シンジ。
それはわからないけど可能性は高いわね。エミヤ君大丈夫？あなた冷静そうに見えるけど、もしかして逆上してる？
Fly off the handle. She's asking me if all I think of is running to the school and punching Shinji in the face. In that
逆
case,
上してる。他のことが考えられない。今まで兄弟のことだからって口出ししなかった自分にも逆上してる。今のあいつはさくらの兄貴なんかじゃない。そんな奴にさくらを連れて行かれた。あいつから取り返してくれ。遠坂は手出ししないでくれ。
I go outside. The sky above is dark. The sun is starting to set. It's definitely going to rain tonight. I need to bring Sakura back with me before then.
待ちなさいってば。あなた一人じゃ助けられるやつも助けられないから、私と手を組むって言ったんじゃないの？
I stop. Her words are like cold water on my boiling head.
すまん。けどさくらが危ない。一人じゃ自殺行為だって分かってるけど、こうするしかない。
でしょうね。シンジがさくらを連れている以上、私もおいそれと手は貸せない。けどエミヤ君、あなたが何とかしてシンジからさくらを取り返してくれたのなら、あとは私が何とかする。
何とかするって、信じようか。
シンジじゃなくてライダーよ。サーバントの相手はサーバントがするものでしょ。私はできるだけ近くで身を隠しているから、とにかくさくらを助けてあげて。そしたら、たとえ1秒後に殺されるって状況でも、絶対にあなたを助けるから。
Tosaka says it like she's trying to convince herself. I know this is going to be a heavy burden on her. I'm asking her to help with that in mind, and she's promising to honor our alliance. The reassurance warms my enraged heart. I can count on Tosaka. In exchange, I need to get Sakura out of here unharmed. I've been thinking for a while. Is he still in the call? He hasn't been in the call for a while. Interesting. What happened? Hmm. I guess the internet cut off. Probably. So.
分かった。後のフォローは任せる。遠坂。
ええ。けどそれには、あなたがちゃんと無事で、きちんとさくらを守ってあげてるって条件付きよ。いくらアーチャーでも、ライダーの相手をしながらさくらを守る、なんてできない。自分の身と引き換えにさくらを助けても、そんなの全然意味がないんだから。
There's no sign of anyone on the campus. School has been sending students home early ever since the mass coma spread. It's almost 6 p.m. There probably aren't even any teachers still on campus, let alone
シンジの居場所は分かるか、遠坂。
あいつの性格から言って校舎の中でしょ。高いところで、かつ馴染んだ場所に陣取ってるに決まってるわ。
Only one place fits these conditions. Shinji is in classroom on the
先
third
に行く。
floor.
遠坂は後から来てくれ。
ええ。10分経ったら私も正門をくぐるわ。まだ話してなかったけど、ここには結界が張られている。気配を隠したところで見つかっちゃうから、そうならないようにライダーとシンジの注意を引きつけて。
I nod once and start running. I feel hot iron in my back. I've already activated my magic circuit. I tell my impatient self that my only weapon strengthening is for protecting Sakura, not defeating my enemies. She's already told you that you're a projection guy, not a strengthening guy. I stop. On the third floor, I find dark-clothed servant and Shinji with Sakura next to him. He's holding a knife, its tip pointed at Sakura.
お前
I move on impulse, my legs sprinting again. The dark servant right
止まりな
looks
さい。
mouse.
それ以上前に出れば彼女の無事は保証できない。
I force myself to a halt. My mouth hurts. I'm grinding my teeth together so hard they're squeaking.
シンジ。
よう思った通り飛んできたなエミヤ。お前のことだからさ、 ああ言えば本当に一人で来ると思ったよ。
My mind goes white hot with rage despite my attempts to suppress it. I feel so dizzy from the anger I almost can't see Ryder right in front of me.
なんだよそれ。
Why is he doing this? I'm the one who Shinji hates, right? He didn't need to go to such length to call me out here. Sakura is Shinji's sister. Big brother should protect his sister. Close family should help each other and smile together. So why is he doing this? Because he's a literal piece of shit. He is less than shit. He is filth. He is a very smelly, disgusting piece of filth. In fact, I feel like I'm insulting filth by comparing him to filth. That's how filthy he is. But going on. How can a big brother do this to his little sister's feelings when I couldn't do anything to help?
お前本気でそんなことやってんのかシンジ。
当然だろ。本気だからここで待っていたんじゃないか。この後に及んで何寝ぼけてんだよお前。
My body leans forward. I won't feel at ease until I run in there right now and pull Sakura away from Shinji. But she's in the way. Ryder blocks my approach to Shinji,
わから
protecting
ない
him.
人ですね。あなたは何をしに来たのです。この場に訪れたということはマスターの意に従うということ。戦う気があるのなら一人で来るべきではなかったでしょう。
Ryder's completely right. I need to keep a cool head. Since I'm following Shinji's direction, I need to focus only on saving Sakura, not beating Shinji. I take a deep breath and relax. Holding Sakura close, Shinji enjoys my apparent dismay. Sakura hangs her head, not looking up at me. I'm sure she isn't unconscious, right? She's standing in her own two legs. She's just looking down because she can't raise her head.
シンジ、お前さくらに俺たちのことを話したのか。
I glare at him without hiding my anger.
は？そうか。ああ、そういうことか。ああ、安心しろよエミヤ。お前が黙っているもんだからさ、ちゃんと1から10まで話してやったよ。僕たちがマスターで今まで殺し合いをしてきたってさ。隠しておきたかったのかい？バーカ、そんなのバレるに決まってるじゃんか。こいつさ、お前が何か隠してるって気づいてたらしいぜ。けど自分はただの後輩だから聞けなかっただとさ。
Sakura turns away, gritting her teeth so that she won't look up.
さあ、遠慮せずに聞けよさくら。今のエミヤは隠し事なんてできないぜ。ほら、念願叶ったりだろうが。
Sakura keeps her mouth shut, so she keeps staring at the floor because...
ん？何黙ってるんだよお前。いいから聞いてみろよ。エミヤがお前のことどう思ってるか。お前が薄汚いマトウの女って知って嫌われたかどうか。
シンジ！
She looks like she's apologizing to me. I can't take this anymore.
もういいだろう。約束通り来たんだ。さくらを話せ。
はあ？約束なんてしてないよ。したのは命令さ。一人で来ればさくらには何もしないって、そう言っただけじゃないか。そう睨むなよエミヤ。僕だって鬼じゃない。妹を取り返したいっていうお前の気持ちは嬉しいからね。お前が誠意を見せるなら僕も答えるよ。
そうか。
ああ、お前が言う通りにするんならさくらは話す。これは約束だ。
わかった。で、お前の要件ってのは何だ？ここで土下座でもしろっていうのか？
そんなのいらないよ。男に頭を下げられて何が嬉しいって言うんだ。僕は戦うためにお前を呼び出したんだ。言っただろ？いい加減肩をつけようってさ。
Ryder takes a step forward. She isn't accepting hostility or bloodlust. She merely advances on her master's orders.
けど、ただやり合うのもつまらないだろ？僕は魔術師じゃないから不公平だし。だからここは公平を期して。
You've gotta be kidding me. He wants me, a regular person, to go up against Ryder. May as well ask me to kill myself.
何？命までは取らないさ。ライダーには手加減するように言ってある。ま、これからうろちょろされるのも目障りだから、2、3本は折らせてもらうけど。
Ryder isn't armed with her daggers. Apparently she really is holding back.
簡単だろ？ただバカみたいに殴られてればいいんだ。ああ、けど簡単には倒れるなよ、エミヤ。僕が満足する前に気絶なんかしたら、さくらは僕が連れて帰ることになるからね。
抵抗はするな。けど簡単に倒れるな。矛盾してるぞ、シンジ。お前、何がしたいんだ？
そんなの決まってるじゃないか。僕はさ、単にお前をぶちのめしたいだけなんだよ。
Amy Ashiro, you absolutely deserve this for letting him survive. Should have killed him from the very beginning. If you were a little bitch, you let this little bitch, little piece of filth survive. This waste of oxygen. I swear, a fire is more productive than this piece of shit. Ryder pounces. I raise my hand and brace for a beating. Instantly, a shocking impact pierces my right arm, threatening to tear off my shoulder. She targeted my arm, which was protecting my head. It's still attached, nothing is dismembered yet, but it's completely paralyzed and I can't feel a thing. Force myself back to my senses. Unarmed, I don't have a chance in hell. I need to strengthen something to protect myself if I want to stay in one piece. The next attack will finish me off if I can't at least turn my thin school uniform into iron, or at least harden my defenseless body. My left arm protecting my head dips. The sledgehammer-like strike smashes through my strength and clothes, nearly breaks my limb. In the space of a single breath, she disabled both my arms. No, I can still move them, but I can't feel anything. With reactions this sluggish, I can't use my arms to protect myself from Ryder anymore. She goes for the face next, it'll be an instant knockout. Ryder is merciless. She rains down fists on me, following Shinji's orders. The mechanical way she does it make her seem like a machine spinning an arm. With arms that can't move properly, I do my best to guard my face. Ryder's fists were never something I could protect or block anyway. I just need to focus on protecting my head so that I don't get knocked out. What is Ryder thinking, I wonder? She doesn't go for the numerous gaps in my defense. All she does is keep pounding on my arms and unprotected stomach. The agony is enough to make me faint, but it isn't the same force that rendered my limbs my That's weird. I saw how strong Ryder was at her weekend, but she could have cut me in half if she wanted to. Maybe she's just holding back like Shinji said. She might be avoiding my head to keep from knocking me out too early, but this still isn't like her. In fact, she's an order of magnitude weaker. The raw magical energy that servants give off is enough to make my skin crawl. Through the temple, Ryder was a formidable servant. But the Ryder attacking me now is the same Ryder who lost to Saber in the park. I don't know why that is, but this is my chance to turn the tables on Shinji. I stumble forward like someone tired of beating on a sandbag. Ryder steps in and lays a heavy uppercut into my stomach. It's like a pile driver hollowing out my insides. That one really hurt. My not yet healed injuries from last night scream out in pain. The blow makes me vomit gastric juices and I go weak at the knees.
どうした？それで終わりかい、エミヤ。さくらの前なんだからしっかりしろよ。そんなんじゃ全然格好つかないじゃないか。
Ryder backs off slightly and watches me collapse, but I grab Ryder's arm and force myself to keep standing.
いいぞ、エミヤ。ゴキブリ。お前本当に面白いぜ。
Damn, that one really got me good. I'm dizzy and I didn't even get hit in the head.
ああ、けどまあ、見せ物としちゃ三流だったな。このまま続けても同じことの繰り返しだ。そろそろ飽きてきたし、あとは豪快な KO シーンで締めくくろうか。
Our positions are completely different now. Can't you even tell that our positions are reversed once I pulled myself up using Ryder's arms?
距離は5メートルほどです。我慢強いあなたの勝ちですね。
Huh? I look up. What did Ryder just say to me?
休憩は終わりだ。第2ラウンドだぜ、エミヤ。
Ryder shakes off my hand. The servant in the black actress resumes her robotic assault. I'm driven backwards. Each of Ryder's strikes avoid my vital points that would end the fight. I'm numb all over. Internal bleeding forms dark bruises where she hits me, and I can't even feel the pain anymore. It's because the pain lingering inside me is stronger than the external pain she's inflicting. Ryder is mercilessly destroying my body from within. The servant utters emotionlessly. That's when I fully understand. This isn't what Shinji wants. She isn't avoiding aiming from her head, or leaving me just barely mobile, because Shinji ordered it.
いいぞ。もう手加減はなし。
Ryder takes a step forward, her long hair dancing through the air. Then she hits me with a thrust to the chest unlike anything I've experienced so far. I can't breathe. My feet leave the ground. I nearly black out from the punch, even though I saw it coming. Ryder sends me flying. As I sail through the air, I hear muffled scream and delighted guffaw. Sakura's voice is much closer now. I fall. On any other day, I would be dead as soon as I hit the floor. She wouldn't even need the impact of the fall to kill me. It's an attack that sent the whole human being flying. I'd expected to punch a gaping hole through my chest on impact. But I'm still alive. She went out of her way to time the punch so perfectly anyone could have jumped back at the same time. That attack wasn't meant to kill me. Ultimately, it was Ryder, not Shinji, who decided to avoid hitting me in the face and keep attacking me in a way that allowed me to keep moving. I'm at a perfect distance. Just before I hit the ground, I twist my body in midair and grab the knife blade in front of me with my left arm. My left palm wraps around the blade. It's already numb, so the sensation of metal cutting flesh doesn't bother me. Time to punch the fuck out of you, you piece of shit. I bring my right arm around in a wild swing, paying no heed to my left hand being sliced open. I slug Shinji squarely in the face with my clenched right fist. I throw the knife aside. Trying not to look at my wound, I run to Sakura's side. Sakura is sitting on the floor and on the ground lifelessly, not looking up. She's avoiding talking to me. I don't know if that's because of Shinji or if it's because I've been hiding things from her. All I know is that Sakura has had a fever since this morning.
話は後にしよう。今は家に帰って、それで。
そこまでよ。勝負あったわね、シンジ。
A voice interrupts me. I heard Tosca from behind. She must have arrived at some point. Ryder's crashed on the floor, wounded by Arsha. Her clothes are soaked in blood. It doesn't look immediately fatal, but she probably can't fight anymore.
遠坂。卑怯者。約束を破りやがったな、エミヤ。一人で来いって言ったのに。
そうね。けどあれは約束じゃなくて命令だったんでしょ。ならエミヤ君を卑怯者呼ばわりするのは筋違いだわ。
そんなのは決めんだ。エミヤは一人で来るって言ったんだ。なら一人で来るのは当然じゃないか。
いいけどね。確かに私とエミヤ君は一緒だったけど、何もエミヤ君が助けを求めたわけじゃないわ。ここ。
嘘つけ。呼びもしないお前がどうしてくる。エミヤのやつ、バカ正直なふりして僕を。
ああ、それ？そんなの単純よ。あの電話の時ね、隣に私もいたの。マトウ君声大きいんだもの。エミヤ君が隠してても聞こえちゃった。満足いった？さくらが連れて行かれた以上、私がおとなしくしているわけないでしょ。 あんたはエミヤ君をおびき寄せる代わりに完全に私を敵に回したってことよ。
なんだよさくら、信じられない。お前もマスターなら気にかけるのはさくらじゃなく。
そう。じゃあ自慢のサーバントに戦わせたら。アーチャーは腹を裂いただけよ。具現化の確たる心臓と首は壊していない。あなたが一人前のマスターなら今すぐにでもライダーを直してあげなさい。
この言わせておけば。あれは立てライダー、マスターの命令だ。立ってアーチャーを倒せ。
Right now, it's Ryder, not Shinji, who needs help. Ordering her to fight would only hasten her demise.
このお前は僕のサーバントだろう。なら死ぬまで戦えよ間抜け。
Shinji clenches the book tightly, as if that's how he uses his command spells. Ryder's body starts convulsing.
やめろ、もう無理だ。諦めろシンジ。それ以上はライダーが持たない。
こいつらが簡単にくたばる弾か。さあさくらを返してもらうぞ。
Shinji doesn't rescind his order. I let go of Sakura's hand and start to run at Shinji again. What can I do?
それ以上は。
さくら。
I stop and turn to face her. Sakura cries out in anguish. And Shinji's book bursts in flame, just like it did that last week. That. Gusts of wind howl through the corridor. They come from Ryder, who should have been sprawled on the ground, and Sakura.
嘘、これがライダー。
On edge, Tosca and Arsha watch their null arrows and fall. Ryder's completely healed. The pressure emanating from her is exactly the same as what I witnessed at the temple. Suddenly, she vanishes into thin air. Ryder instantly vanishes from my view. I duck in response to the warning and see long hair streaking overhead.
Sakura!
In an instant, Ryder leaps away with Sakura in her arms. She lands opposite to me and Tosaka, slightly forward of where Shinji is starting.
なんだよお前、僕の命令は戦えって。
いいえ、そのような命令はありません。私はサーバントとして主の身を守っただけです。
Ryder lets Sakura down and glances at Shinji. Despite the leather blindfold covering their eyes, her gaze is ice cold.
バカ言うな。お前の主は僕だ。僕を守らないでな。
シンジ、コマンドスペルはマスターの体に現れるもの。私はその身に成功を持たないものをマスターと認めたことは一度もありません。
だと
あなたが偽物です。疑心の書が失われた以上あなたには付き合えない。
Then Ryder turns her back on Shinji. The gesture declares that she will never look at him again.
そういうことだったのね、ライダー。
推測通りです。アーチャーのマスターですが、あなたならとうに気づいていたのではないですか。
ええ、おかしいとは思ってたわ。マトウの人間からマスターが出るはずはない。マトウの血はもう廃れてしまって魔術を扱える人間は輩出されないから。だからマトウの人間であるシンジは絶対にマスターにはなれないはずだった。なのにライダーは召喚されマトウの人間がマスターに選ばれた。そうね、私はマトウ造剣があなたを召喚してシンジに預けているのかと思ってたけど、話はもっと簡単なのよ。造剣は手を下すまでもない。だって今のマトウ家において最もマスターにふさわしい人間は。
Tosaka isn't looking at Ryder, her eyes are directed at
マトウの正当な後継者 今代の魔術師であるあなただものね、さくら。
None other than Sakura.
は
And as usual, you're the last one who realizes everything, Emiya. آخر واحد يعرف كل حاجة. I can't form any coherent words. Dosaka and Sakura. I look back and forth between them both, unable to process anything more than what I just heard. My left hand hurts. Finally, my mind slows down enough to realize that I'm holding a knife in my left hand by the blade. Oh, I really am slow. Even after hearing Tosaka's words and seeing the command spells on Sakura's right hand, I don't even feel surprised. All I can think of is why. Why is this happening? Sakura seems to shrink away, still not raising her face. Her body language seems to apologize to me for not telling me sooner. Transferring command spells in order to obey Shinji Mato. That's how Ryder became Shinji's servant, while Sakura temporarily gave up her authority as master, and went back to being a mere mage. When Tosaka looked at Sakura's hand, she had already transferred her command spells to Shinji. Sakura bites her lip in response.
くそ、もう一度ださくら、もう一度僕に支配権を譲るんだ。
Shinji runs to her, begging.
おい、何黙ってんだよ。お前は戦う気はないんだろ。それを今さら何言いこぶってんだよお前は。
It's like he's staring off the mask of being her brother. His fury pours out like through a broken dam. There is no need to stop it anymore.
ライダー、お前、僕に。
あなたは私のマスターではありません、シンジ。たとえ兄でもさくらに手を挙げようとするのなら排除されるだけの存在です。
Ryder lets go of Shinji, who had been clinging to her arm. He staggers backwards.
そうかよ、後悔するぞライダー。お前が何と言おうとさくらが本を作れば元通りだ。お前が僕のサーバントに戻った時どうなるか分かって。
無駄よ、シンジ。他人に、しかも魔術師でもない人間にサーバントを預けることは不可能に近いわ。
分かってるじゃないか。さくらは僕の言うことなら聞く。
だからもう終わりなのよ。さくらの刻印はあと一つしかない。それを使ってしまったらライダーを止める手段がなくなってしまう。そうなったライダーは自由よ。0時で作った偽物の命令権なんかじゃサーバントは縛れない。ライダーに命令したところでさっきみたいに本が燃えておしまいよ。
それじゃあ僕は。
ええ、あなたがマスターになるチャンスはなくなったわ。いえ、借り物のレイジュでライダーを操っていたあなたは初めからマスターなんかじゃなかったのよ。
The cracks spread throughout. With virtually palpable cracks, Shinji Mato's very existence crumbles to dust.
そうか、初めから無理だったのか。そうだよな、そうだよ、当然だ。分かってた分かってた分かってた分かってた分かってた。いいさ、気にするなよさくら。こんなのは遊びだ。僕に才能がないってことは
兄さん。
ああ、分かってる。だからさくら、僕の代わりにこいつらと戦えってことさ。いいかさくら、エミヤも遠坂も敵だ。お前が魔党の後継者なら今何をするべきか分かっているだろう。
シンジ、あんたここまで言ってもわからないの？さくらは戦わないし、あんたにもう目はない。ライダーがいない以上私たちもあんたには手を出さない。あとはおとなしく聖杯戦争が終わるまで隠れてなさい。
お前には聞いてない。さあさくら、言うことを聞いてくれよ。 可愛い僕の妹。
She doesn't answer.
もうやめましょう兄さん。
And firmly rejects him.
さくら、お前今なんて言った？
嫌です。兄さんは約束を破りました。先輩は殺さないって言ったのに、その約束を破ったんです。だからもう。
Sakura doesn't look at him. Shinji stares blank at her, then laughs. In that second, I feel an awful chill.
ならお前の好きなようにしてやるよ。
There is a sound of glass breaking near Sakura. Sakura collapses. She drops to the ground, the strength gone from her legs.
じゃあな、さくら。恨むなら僕じゃなくジジイを恨んでくれ。何？どうせいつかはそうなるんなら今楽になった方が幸せかもよ。
Shinji runs off. She clutches her hand to her chest painfully. The earring she was wearing broke, and some liquid drug splashed on her. Sakura trembles to her knees. She shudders violently like a building being shaken by an earthquake, looking like she might fall apart any second.
Sakura!
I don't know what's happening. I just try to run to her side.
この状況がわからんのか貴様。
I stop. At some point, Archer got behind me and grabs my shoulder.
ここから離れろ。下手に糧を与えては戻せなくなる。
He pushes me back and says something odd.
なんだよそれ。お前一体。
My question is answered before I can finish it. The hallways dyed red. The haze hanging over becomes a mist that wets my skin, covering the walls with what looks like a honey. My skin burns the air. The red world is a realm of made of magecraft. Without a doubt, it's some unknown bounded barrier that will melt everyone in it. I can't breathe, or rather, when I try to, the mist enters my throat and burns me from the inside.
シンジが学校に仕掛けてた結界ね。もっともシンジからさくらにマスターが変わって。
I look back. At the end of the dark red passage is Sakura on the ground, looking like she's trying to pry something from her chest. Riders facing us, as if to protect Sakura.
そこをどけライダー。お前の主は暴走している。他人の味を知る前に止めねば癖になるぞ。
お断りします。私の役目はマスターの守護です。あなたがさくらを
ほう。みすみす主を死なせるのか。お前のマスターは著しく魔力を消費していっている。放っておけ。
いいえ。失う魔力より多くの魔力を摂取すれば自滅は避けられる。幸いここには魔術師が2人いる。シンジは逃がしましたが彼らはもう逃げられない。さくらが虫に
主が変わったところで少年は変わらんか。他人の命より自分が可愛いと見える。
それはあなたもでしょう。私のマスターより自身のマスターを守ろうとしている。
なるほど。ではお互い気兼ねをする必要はないわけだ。
Archer charges, not eating the stomach-like bandit feels the red knight charges at Sakura and clashes with the rider.
父さんいいのかあいつ。
そりゃ戦うしかないでしょう。このままだと私もあなたも持たないもの。それに同じ魔術師としてさくらが下道に落ちるのは何としても止めないと。
Pull down what boss? Is she talking about the association's rules against abusing witchcraft or Sakura dying because of magic circle head?
なんだよそれ。なんでさく。
だから暴走してるのよあの子。この結界はライダーが作ったものだけど動かしてるのはさくらってこと。シンジが何をしたかは知らないけど今のさくらは見境なしよ。きっとさ さくらも私たちと一緒なんでしょうね。ただ苦しいから酸素が欲しくて他人の酸素を吸いたがってる。
放っておけないって。
それはアーチャーに聞いて。私にはああなった魔術師を止める方法は一つしかない。まあどちらにせよその前にライダーを何とかしないとね。見たところあーちゃん
出力が落ちてる。
Archer might think to the door, even I can tell that Archer is overwhelming there. Archer was always stronger servant, so I could never expect Ryder to put her down. And yet, that impression lasts only for a second. Ryder's weapon is her agility. So a defensive battle like this one she's fighting now shouldn't be her forte. Ryder's greatest strength is her blindly fast assault, so she isn't suited to defend. It's odd that Archer hasn't already beaten her in Summer. But the fact that this hasn't happened yet, means that Archer is the one on the defensive. Archer's sword slices empty air. Ryder's hair whips to and from as she evades his sword, simultaneously stepping in to cut Archer. But she isn't the only one who's mastered simultaneous evasion and offense. Archer's right hand sword buries her dagger, pushing Ryder back. One step gain, one step lost. Their offense and defense are roughly even. The clash of blades continues to echo through the building, with neither fighter able to gain advantage. Archer's the one getting desperate, though. His energy is steadily getting drained by the bounded field while he fails to defeat the weaker opponent. On top of that, Tusk and I are at our breaking point. Breathing is hard enough that I feel my consciousness slipping away the longer I stay in this hallway. At this rate, we're going to collapse before Archer can beat Ryder. Archer clicks his tongue scornfully. Then Ryder stops.
あなたの力は分かった。残念ですが、今のあなたでは私を倒せない。
Ryder declares almost regretfully.
あなたでは勝てないと言ったのです。あなたは宝具を使わない。あなたのマスターが使用を禁じているのか、あなた自身が桜を気遣っているのかは知りません。ただ、使わない以上はここで終わりです。あなたは私には勝てないでしょう。
Ryder stops her feet, her only weapon, and faces Archer. She looks defenseless, like Archer could finish this match with a single slash.
お前の主を気遣ったつもりはない。単に使う必要がないだけだ。お前とて宝具は使えまい。先ほどまで的を真司がマスターだったお前では、宝具を使うだけの魔力が溜まっていないからな。
そうですね。真司という主では私に魔力。
そういうことだ。使わぬ相手に対して魔力を消費することもない。次でお前を切り伏せ、あの娘を。
ええ、私としてもその方が気兼ねなく手を下せる。
Ryder's tone is serene throughout the exchange. What is she planning? She faces Archer without even taking a stance for them. I notice slight movement behind her.
さくら、あなたはそこで耐えていてください。後のことは全て私が解決します。
やめて、もうやめてライダー。私こんなことがしたくてあなたを呼んだんじゃない。
その命令は聞けません。私は何よりあなたの命を優先する。
Ryder raises her arm. She's 4 meters from Archer, maintaining that distance. The servant raises a hand to her
それに
face.
これはあなたが望んだことでしょう、さくら。
She undoes her black restraint. Suddenly, everything freezes. Ryder's eyes, they are inhuman. Even among greater mystic eyes, they are orbits of the highest order. Ashen eyes. Her eyeballs are so different they could be mistaken for crystals. Lightless corneas. Rectangular pupils connecting to the outside world. Her iris freezes, not allowing her eyes to close. Hundreds of millions of retinal cells conveying optical information are made of ether, the sixth imaginary factor. Is it the work of art crafted by the gods of fiction, or an inborn trait marked by their divine ire? Ryder's grey eyes are an incomparable aberration, and yet terribly beautiful. Archer stiffens. Is it because he faced their eyes head on at that short distance? He tries to close his eyes, but his eyelids have already hardened, and he can't move his arms to cover his face. He could try to advance and kill Ryder, but his legs have already petrified up to his thighs.
嘘、石化の魔眼。
Dosuka almost screams in shock. She's next to me and I don't know what face she's making. My own eyes are drawn by Ryder's mystic eyes and I can't look away. My blood congeals, my bodily fluids solidify and I lose sensation. Mystic eyes. They are a single action magecraft possessed by some mages. Eyes, organs that are normally function as in short, they are items that forcibly cast magecraft on whatever is in their field of vision, and the effects are amplified if the target makes eye contact with the mystic eyes. That peculiarity makes them feared as things one must never look directly at, since that very act will trap oneself in user's magecraft. Because of their concealability and power, mystic eyes are viewed among mages as proof of straight practitioner. Techniques needed to make one's eyes into a magic circlet are worthy of a magic crest. Of course, artificial mystic eyes are limited to charm and whisper effects. Powerful mystic eyes bearers are limited to those born with these eyes. Binding, compulsion, contract, burning, illusion, misfortune. Mystic eyes with such power to interfere with others' destinies are termed noble colors, and petrifaction is one of the highest orders amongst them. There are no modern mages who possess such eyes. Few mages can even perform petrifaction with magecraft. Imagine how monumental it is, then, to be able to petrify things by simply seeing them. Breaker, Gorgon, Self-Seal, Dark Temple. It takes godly power to seal a divine curse. These are demonic eyes possessed only by demonic beasts and holy spirits from the age of gods. A magecraft-based noble phantasm that is the one and only signature of the heroic spirit Medusa, who could turn anyone she saw to stone.
リン、離れろ。本命が来る。
Vitrified up to his hips, Archer shouts a warning. Across from him, behind Ryder with her unleashed mystic eyes, some dark red wave begins to spread.
そんなこと言われても。
Dosuka moves slugishly. Something bad flows down the hallway towards us. The wave narrows like a spear and makes a beeline for Dosuka. She's going to die. Dosuka can't take a single step. Maybe she's been enchanted by the mystic eyes, even worse than I am. That spear is going to pierce through her chest and she can't do a thing about it. Her fate a few seconds from now flashes before my eyes, so... Oh. More choices. Lovely. I'm the only one who can move easily. Both Archer and Dosuka have been disabled by Ryder's mystic ace, so if we remove the common cause, I run at Ryder. Even if I can't take her down, I can at least break her gaze on Archer for a second. I ignore Archer's voice and charge at Ryder. If those mystic eyes petrify people, then I can just close my eyes. The hallway is narrow. I know how far I am from Ryder. Whether Ryder reacts to me or I manage to pull off my suicide charge, it might create an opening for Archer. But my legs are frozen. They're actually turned to stone. Not just my legs. The petrifaction reaches my waist, hardening my torso, freezing my arms, and sealing my eyelids shut forever.
愚かな。まぶたを閉じる程度で私の魔眼を防こうなど。肉眼であろうが心眼であろうが、今の私を見ること自体が呪いだというのに。
My throat and mouth won't move. I can't even tell what's happening around me. I'm a stone statue that has no way of knowing whether Tosuka's screaming or Archer's crumbling to pieces. My body is stone and soon my mind will follow. In ancient myth, there were 3 immortal sisters, just like them. My body will never change. Dead end. Damn it! Okay. Tiger Dojo time.
タイガー道場なんだけど、なんか今回変じゃない？ んなことないっすよ。いつも通りの平和で楽しいタイガー道場っす。
またさっき。違うよ。これ気のせいじゃないよ。なんか厄介なのに睨まれてる気がするよ。
さて、今回のデッドエンドだけど、おなじみの突然死です。一度目が合っちゃった以上、ライダーの魔眼から逃れることはできないわ。ここは相手を倒すことより守りに徹した方が賢明ね。
待った、ちょっと待った。やっぱり変。なんか後ろに誰かいるけど
けどシローもいろんな死に方するよね。石化なんて私たちの業界でも珍しいわよ。
近くにその珍しい死に方がすぐ近く。なんで私がこのような
なんでってさくらが根に持つ性格だからでしょ。タイが前に言ったじゃない。ライダーのマスターは性根が腐ったヘビ女だって。
うわ、言ったような言わないような。助けて誰か。
はい、以上タイガー道場でした。人を呪わば穴2つ。みんな陰口には気をつけようね。
So, okay. Okay, guess we're pulling Tosaka back. There's no time to think. My legs move and my arms still walk. I just need to move up until Tosaka doesn't even twitch when I grab her arm. She's heavy, then she looks. I can't budge her even with 2 hands. All I can do is come on. His shoulder attack her out of the way. Oh. I hear a dull impact.
何してんのよあんたは。
I can't hear Tosaka's voice. My body is hot. My vision gets all soft and twisty, like I've caught a serious fever. I think I hear a familiar voice far away. I'm losing my grip on reality. In my white, hazy mind, the blood coming from my left arm mixes like paint in a fungus. With her hands clenched to her chest, Sakura stares in shock at me on the ground. I see her fall like a puppet with its strings cut.
どう？気分少しは落ち着いた？
Sitting on one of the church's pews, I nod wordlessly.
なら治療の必要はないわね。あとは体力と一緒に回復するだろうから、おとなしくしていなさい。
Tosaka takes a seat a slight distance from me, but our emotional distance is many times wider. We're just waiting for the chapel. In the chapel for Kotomini, not making small talk. When I try to clench my fist, my left hand, it twitches numbly. The pain feels like a nail was driven through my palm. My left hand hurt more for gripping the knife than the dull pain of Ryder beating or Sakura stabbing me through the left arm. Dark clouds obscure the night sky. They seem like rain clouds announcing an imminent shower. The spear-like thing that attacked Tosaka was apparently Sakura's magecraft. The Matos passed down absorption magecraft through their family. Sakura unconsciously unleashed her magecraft because she was suffering from magical energy deficiency. She targeted Tosaka because she had the most magical energy there. When I pushed Tosaka out of the way and that thing touched me, it broke my left arm and drained me dry of my power. Magical energy is life energy. It stands to reason that one would collapse if it was taken away. Already exhausted from fighting Ryder, I fainted right away, and then Tosaka brought us to the church. He says that Sakura's lost consciousness at the same time I did.
自分に攻撃したのよ。
Oh, attacked herself. That's interesting. Tosaka murmurs, explaining that Sakura is being treated in the back of the church. Sakura seems to be in a serious condition. She collapsed after being exposed to the liquid that splashed on her from the earrings. Kotomini is cleansing her of it while we wait. Tosaka doesn't speak. Arsha isn't present and Ryder is gone too. It's just Tosaka and I in the church waiting for Kotomini.
Tosaka.
From my seat, I called to her.
何？
聞きたいことがある。
でしょうね。いいわ、話してあげる。隠していても仕方がないし、もうその意味もなくなったし。聞きたいのは桜のこと？
I nod. Tosaka sighs quietly and then begins explaining her usual tone.
発端はずいぶん前よ。マトウの血が薄れ出して、生まれてくる子供に魔力、魔術回路が少なくなっていたの。もともとマトウはよその魔術師だから、日本の土が合わなかったんでしょう。この町に根を下ろしてからマトウの衰退が始まって、今代の後継者である神事になって、ついに魔術回路そのものが消え失せた。マトウの歴史はそれで終わったのよ。マトウが追い求めたものを継承するだけなら、弟子でも何でも取ればよかった。けどマトウは名門だし、外部からの受け入れを拒否し続けた。結果、生まれてくる跡継ぎの魔力が落ちていって、最後には完全に魔力が尽きてしまった。そうなってから弟子を取ろうとしたけど、落ちぶれた名門に来る魔術師はいなかったわ。何百年も続いたっていうマトウ。マキリの歴史はそこで終わるはずだった。けどそれで諦められるような人たちじゃなかったのね。シンジのお父さんは外から養子を取って、その子にマトウの魔術を伝えたのよ。で、エミヤ君のところは特殊だから知らないだろうけど、魔術師の家系は一子相伝なの。跡継ぎにするって決めた子供以外には決して魔術は教えない。もし兄弟だったらどちらかを後継者にして、どちらかは普通に育てるか養子に出すって。
You don't need two heirs. So if there was a brother and a sister, no, two sisters, then what would happen to the child who wasn't chosen? I'm sure families raise the sibling while hiding the witchcraft from them. But that's difficult and inefficient. A lineage that has cultivated its blood and magic circuits for generations might produce children with excellent genes. Even if they aren't chosen as heir, it would be wrong to let those talents go to waste. Then they would.
そう、私一つ下の妹がいたの。衰退したマトウには養子を取るあてなんかないでしょ。そうなったマトウが古くから盟約を結んでいた遠坂を頼りにするのは道理よね。父さんがどっちを後継者にするつもりだったかはわからない。ただ私は遠坂に残って、あの子はマトウにもらわれていった。それが11年前の話。それ以来あの子とはまともに会えなかった。マトウとの取り決めでね、もうあの子はマトウの後継者だからむやみに会うなって言われてたの。
そうか。それじゃあ遠坂と桜は
実の姉妹よ。まあ一度もそんな風に呼び合ったことはないけどね。
I can't know the depths of feelings behind those plain wars. But it all makes sense now. How she's always asking after Sakura. Why she didn't let Asher use his noble from
よかった。遠坂、桜の味方なんだ。
The revelation is like a beacon in the darkness. I don't know what's going to happen to Sakura or what we should do with her. But in this dark labyrinth of indecision, knowing that Tosuke cares about Sakura is a rare foe.
いいえ、私あの子の味方でも何でもないわ。
But then, Tosuke says something in a hard tone, as if reading my mind.
味方じゃない。
ええ、このまま桜が治らないのなら敵として処理するだけよ。無差別に人を襲う魔術師なんて放っておけるわけがないでしょう。綺麗が桜を治療できなかったら、その時は私が処理する。
何言ってやがるお前。桜はお前の妹だろ。殺すなんて、そんなこと間違っても口にするな。
桜はマトウの娘よ。11年前からとっくに私の妹じゃない。
遠坂、お前。
仮にあなたの言う通り肉親として関係があるとしても結果は変わらない。
それじゃあ紳士と。
No different than Shinji. I can't bring myself to make the awful comparison aloud.
何をしている。手術は済んだが、患者は未だ危険な状態だ。騒ぐのなら外でするがいい。
Harry Kotomini emerges from the church's inner rooms.
キレ、さくらは。
まったく。いがみ合っているのか息が合っているのか。お前たちはわからんな。
そんなのあんたの勘違いよ。
そうか。では座れ。的尾さくらの容体を説明する。
We sat separately, our attention mutually trained on the breeze next to ours.
簡単に説明すれば、的尾さくらの体内には虫が混入している。この虫は刻印虫と呼ばれるものだ。人為的に作られた蚕糸のようなものだが、聞き覚えはあるか？
I shake my head. He explains that the three corpses are demonic parasites that live in the human's body, reporting their evil deeds to hell. That does sound familiar, but I've never heard of crystal worms before.
知らないか。まあ、本来は害のないただの寄生虫だ。宿主から魔力を食い、活動を続けるだけの使い魔でな。宿主の存命を発信するだけの使い魔としては最低位のものだ。
魔術で作った監視装置みたいなものね。造剣はそれで桜を監視してるってこと？
おや、刻印虫の主が的尾造剣だといつ決まったのかな。
悪いけど今はあんたの長話に付き合ってる気分じゃないの。あのジジイ以外誰が桜にそんなもの植え付けるっていうのよ。
なるほど、それは確かに。的尾真治では刻印虫は扱えん。となれば使い手はあの吸血虫以外いないな。
でしょ。いいから結論を言って。桜は助かるのか助からないのか。
気が早いな、リン。お前は彼女の容体を把握しているようだが、そこの少年は別だ。彼の
Duska looks away uncomfortably. That tells me she doesn't want me to know what's wrong with Sakura.
さて、どうするエミヤシロ。リンは結論だけを聞きたいと言っているが。
いや、順序立てて説明してくれ、ことみね。
I feel bad for Tosaka, but I won't budge on this point. If Sakura's life at stake, then I need to know everything.
では続きだ。先ほど説明した刻印虫だがな。これが的尾さくらの神経を蝕んでいるのだ。11年間、的尾さくらの体内で育てられた結果だろう。刻印虫は魔術回路に似た神経となり、本来の神経と絡み合いながら全身に行き渡っている。この刻印虫から魔術刻印と化したものは通常停止しており、的尾だがひとたび作動すれば的尾さくらの神経を侵し、その魔力を糧に動き続ける。先ほどの状態はそれだ。体内に刻印虫が徘徊し、生命力たる魔力を奪っていった。あの状態が半日も続けば的尾さくらは死んでいただろう。動力である魔力を吸い尽くした刻印虫はさらなる栄養として的尾さくら自身を狙う。魔力を空にされた的尾さくらは次にその体を虫に奪われるということだ。その痛みがどれほどであるかは魔術刻印を持つお前ならばわかるだろう。人体は爪の先ほどの異物が混入しただけで不快感を訴え、時に生命活動そのものに支障をきたす。神経の至るところに違う神経が混ざり、その点で言えば先ほどまで的尾さくらの意識があったのは驚きだ。的尾さくらは意志が強いのか、それとも刻印虫の発動に慣れているのか。
I hear a noise. It turns out I've been grinding my teeth. He thinks I can understand her pain if I have a magic crest. How the hell am I supposed to know that? I break out into a full body sweat every time I insert a single magic circlet. Sakura's ordeal is many times worse. Someone like me could never even imagine the depths of her pain.
待って、作動すればって言ったわね。じゃあ刻印虫は普段活動していないの？
かけられた薬物は刻印虫を目覚めさせるだけのものだ。 刻印中は監視役に過ぎない。あれは宿主である麻藤さくらがある条件を破った時のみ制裁として活動を開始する。
I don't think I can listen to the priest talk any longer. I know it isn't his fault, but hearing him describe this makes me want to punch him. I struggle to suppress the impulse and ask.
それはどんな。
I press him to get to the point.
麻藤さくらが倒れ、リンはそれを救おうとした。だがライダーはそれを阻んだのだろう。ならば条件は明白だ。マスターとしての戦いを放棄すること。それが刻印中の制約だろう。今までは麻藤真司にライダーを預けることで戦いに賛同していたが、それを拒否した今、刻印中は麻藤さくらを攻め続ける。今は何をしている。マスターならば早く殺し合え、できぬのならばお前を食い殺すとな。
それがさくらに課せられた条件なのか。
そのようだな。他にそれらしい条件はない。
ならマスターでなくなればいいんじゃないのか。令状を使い切ってサーバントと契約を解除する。
それは進められん。言っただろ。刻印中が発動する条件はマスターの責務を放棄することだと。自らの手でライダーとの契約を立てば、刻印中は今度こそ麻藤さくらを食い尽くすぞ。
そう、戦って生き残るか戦わずに刻印中に殺されるか、今の桜にある選択肢はそれだけってことね。
そうなるな。聖杯戦争が続く限り刻印中は宿主を攻め続ける。この状態が続けば肉体はもちろんのこと麻藤さくらの精神が持つまい。何しろそれが正気の沙汰ではないとお前ならばわかるだろう、リン。
そうね、もう馴染んだはずなのに定期的に腕ごとどうにかしたくなるし、左腕だけの私がこれなんだから、全身に刻印なんかあったら人間としての機能が侵食される。そんなの魔術師じゃなくて魔術回路の塊よ。人間の精神なんて魔力の波で書き換えられる。
さくらは
今の状態が続けば危ういな。あと何日持つかはわからんが、日が経つにつれ刻印中の侵食は進む。それが全身に行き渡る前に排除できなければ死ぬだけだが、その前に体の方が持つまい。私が行ったことは戦場だけだ。失われた魔力と精神を呼び戻す手術はこれからだが、それも成功する見込みは低い。話はそれだけだ。結論を言えば、このままでは麻藤さくらは助からない。それで納得はいったか、エミヤシロ。
The hell I can. You can't save Sakura. That's crazy. She was doing just fine until yesterday, so why is this happening now?
排除。そうだ、刻印中の摘出はできないのか。異物が混ざってるって分かってるなら取り除けるはずだろう。
摘出は難しいな。すでに刻印中は魔術回路となり麻藤さくらの一部となっている。刻印を植え付けた術者本人でさえああなっては解除などできまい。そうだな。それでも摘出したいというのなら、それはもう奇跡とやらに頼るしかない。
The Holy Grail. So it all comes back to that. Sakura has no choice but to fight as a master. And only the power of the Grail can
大
save
体
her.
事情は分かったわ、キレ。とりあえず礼を言っとく。
Dosuke gives the priest a perfunctory bow of gratitude.
けどいきなりすぎない？刻印中を植え付けられたのは昨日今日じゃないはずよ。なのに突然今日に限って限界が来たっていうの？
何を今さら。麻藤さくらの体に刻印中が与えられたのは何年も前だ。目も髪も遠坂のものでなくなるほど初期に手を加えられたのだぞ。延長は昨日今日始まったものではない。まあ それも今回のように破滅を呼ぶものではなかったようだが、的を造剣は今回の戦いで的を桜を使う気はなかったらしい。何しろ戦闘用に調整されていない。的を桜をあのように扱ったのは何か予期せぬ条件が揃ったからと見るべきだ。
予期せぬ条件ね。それがなんだかわからないけど、昨日今日で突然さくらは造剣のお眼鏡にかなったってこと？
だろうな。的を造剣ではなく的を桜自身に造剣が予期しなかった変化が起こったと見るべきだ。だがそれは一要因に過ぎる。急激な変化の理由は他にもある。あの娘はサーバントを行使することで魔力を常に消費するようになった。そのため刻印中にまで餌が回らなくなったとしたら飢えた無。
そうか。マスターとして戦えなんて条件がなくても足りない魔力の分さくらの体を削っていくんだ。けどならライダーさえ使わなければ魔力は失われないんだから少しは。
ああ、しばらくは今まで通りの生活ができるだろう。もっともあの老人がこのまま的を桜を放置するとは思え。
でしょうね。そうでもなければさくらに刻印柱なんて植え付けないし、戦わなければ体を乗っ取られて、戦えば魔力を消費してやっぱりあの子の体は削られていく。いいえ、それだけじゃない。刻印柱を与えた塔の造剣はその気になればいつでもさくらを自由に使える。
さくら自由に？
ええ、結局さくらの命は造剣に握られている。だからさくらを助けたいのなら造剣を倒すしかない。けどエミエ君、造剣を倒すのなら先にさくらを倒すしかないわ。あの子は造剣の操り人形当然。造剣を追い詰めればあいつは必ずさくらを盾にする。
そういうことだ。造剣にとって的を桜は都合のいい駒だからな。的を真珠をけしかけたように的を桜を操るだろう。実際マスターとしての能力は彼女の方が上だ。あれは虫どもにせかされ的を信じ以上に造剣好みのマスターとして暴走しよう。だが私も老人の思惑通りに行くのは歯がゆい。的を桜の手術は引き続き行う。今はかけられた薬物を洗浄して麻酔をかけた状態だ。
キレ、あんた
絶望的だが努力はする。このまま的を桜を死なせることはできない。神父が奇跡にのみ頼るというのもイメージが悪かろう。
I'm right there with Tosaka. I haven't known Kotomi so long, but I didn't expect this from him at all. It's not just a hunch. I can tell Kotomi sincerely and seriously intends to save Sakura. It might be a matter of course for a priest, but I still feel like I'm witnessing something inconceivable.
どういう風の吹き回し？あんたが他人にそこまで肩入れするなんて初めて見たわ。
気まぐれではない。死なすには惜しいだけだ。もっともお前たちにとってはここで一人減った方がいいのだろうがな。
The priest answered dispassionately. Tosaka glares at him for a moment.
任せたわ。手術が済んだ頃に来るから。
She remarks and leaves the church. Well, I think this is a good time to stop. So, let's save here. And we will end the stream right around here. Oh, 4 hours.